Maybe getting Hoa. Hold on, is my mic on? Yes. Okay, we're good. Maybe we'll get Hoa. Probably gonna have 4 or 5, 6 stones. Something like that. And it'll be patch notes 3 hours from now. In 3 hours. Path of Exile, whatever it is. It's like twitch.tv/Path of Exile. They're just gonna go live on their Twitch channel. And then it's time. Time to see. It's a very big day. Because they get to decide the direction of the game. What's been acceptable. What needs to be changed or nerfed. It's actually really, really huge. Probably their second most important day. Outside of launch. For real. I mean, hell, they know it. That's why they're streaming it on their own Twitch and talking with Gazzy and Darth afterwards. Anyways, let's get to farming. I've been playing off stream a little bit. Farm ritual? No. Why would I do ritual? I want to get loot. I want to get XP. Do I even want XP, actually? Should we just do all my, no, I mean, I kind of do. It sucks. I'm going to do my breach stones after I get some XP. I guess that'll be fine because, you know, don't plan on dying. All right, let's just do maps, though. Let's do content. I was running around. Let me do the zoom out. I hope that just becomes default. It's really silly to have to do this. Look at this. Found another citadel. Found a citadel here. I found... There's like another one here, I think. You can kind of tell if you get some... Yeah, some of these, it's like Vol Factory, I think, shows up next to citadels. Pretty sure. Otherwise, I found another one. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of started running. Found another there. It baffles me. I don't know. People say they find 0 citadels. I'm just like running around. Yeah, geez, I really ran around though. I just started like sprinting around my atlas, trying to find out where I wanted to go. You look at that, dude, another untainted. Yeah, I've got so many towers, so much extra land. I just wanted to, yeah, holy moly, dude. I really did kind of go. I went through like probably 60 T14s and a bunch of T1s, just like sprinting around. Let's put these back though. Okay, I have magic. Yeah, and now we have filter blade. There's actually been quite some change. Oh, I'm doing new things with the build as well. I'm trying to meditate. Weapon swap setup. I don't really have like too much. I mean, what is this? A tier 3 focus roll. I could get more recharge on that, but it's pretty damn quick. All I gave up was shock ground, which actually, I don't know, shock ground is probably really nice to have with your clear. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably real killer with the Herald of Thunder. But if anything, I feel like having the, I don't know, chilled ground thing and damaged extra cold for just trigger, like the damage extra cold helps the Herald of Thunder and blah, 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 blah. Anyways, yeah, let's just do maps. Did I roll? Oh, do I have some rolled? I do. Bless, bro, bless. Oh, I organized all my stuff too. I had like spring cleaning this weekend. Less recovery. Ailments. Then what was the other one? I don't like doing cooldown recovery. I think that's it. I mean, there's die maps, right? You die. GG's. Is there another annoying mod? I felt like there was one more. I don't know. Charge is not that bad anymore. It might have just been CDR. Yeah, I really should just be throwing all these in here. That's fine. Yeah, let's not do it like Elon. Check the map tab. Huh? Bro, I wish. I wish, dude. Rolled, unrolled. Okay, these are the ones I actually did a little something with, right? Is that what? Whoa, what's the difference? I don't know. All right, anyways. I'll just put some Exalt in my inventory and we'll slam whatever's good. We need towers to do. Those are good ones, but they're low level. Oh, Tripolar Bears maps. Is that what you you want me to check Tripolar Bears maps? Dude, I left myself so many towers. Some of them I didn't really set it all up. This is like a wild area though. I'm really over like doing a bunch of random BS. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do it like this. We're just gonna boom, 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 finish that, and we'll be done. And then I can do all the breaches. I just, yeah, doing random maps to the. I'm so over it, bro. Hold on, where were we though? Fuck, where was I? Oh my god, and then I zoomed in. That's fine. Okay, hold on. We gotta get to zoom out. Whoa, oh, oh. I'm done caring about what layouts, really. What am I missing when I do this? Am I not scrolling out enough? There's like a threshold you have to hit, I guess. All right, I think this is probably one of the better areas I saved. I didn't do this tower. I have all of these towers. We're just gonna do this, I think. We'll do these 3, boom, and then everything here. But it'll start with Hive. A 1,000 jungle valleys, yeah. Citadel on the edge, yeah, no. The Citadel stuff, like, I'll get there, dude. It's no big deal. Where are my abilities? What happened to every... Oh, did I respec things around? Is all my stuff... I was changing gear around. Dude, this map has many things, dude. Many things. Where's all... What the hell happened? Okay, I don't know. I'll remind everything. That's kind of weird. Did I get hacked, bro? Did I get hacked? Now we get to know what the... I don't know if they're doing the patch today, but we get to learn what it is. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. I was swapping gear around, but I don't know why that would disable every single slot on my character. Make me reset everything. Hey, whatever, dude. I mean, sometimes they do patch announcement and then they say, oh, you know, we're going to have a patch soon. And then like it kind of is actually like soon, meaning later today. But yeah, at least we'll get to know. That's what I'm looking forward to. I just want to know where they want to go, what the plan is. If we can get any info on that, I'm happy. I'm not even looking for... Like, I just want to know what their plan is, right? Like, if they don't want to nerf some things, if they want to do blah, 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 it'll be nice. And I am really looking forward to Mark being there, too. I appreciate Mark's input. It feels like Jonathan is more on... It's a less analytical, you know, side of things. Right. Mark's my man, okay? He's our boy. Glad he'll be there. I just hope they don't hit. Okay, Heralds. Too hard. I get it. Changing some things, but let's be honest, dude. Let's be real. That's what's gonna happen. Enjoy it while we can. I gotta get my breach stones farmed. That's what I feel like right now. It's like, oh, dude, let's get our breach stones quick, just in case something happens. And I'd like to have the, Hoa gloves. Maybe we can get those. I get it. Those will be nerfed too, but probably. I mean, who knows? Maybe not, right? Just more of the abuse cases. I mean, if Hoa gets nerfed, it's not like it'll be without the flat damage it provided. It's just going to be less, but I don't think that changes that item slot for attack builds. At least not stuff like this, you know? Still going to be probably best in slot. Still going to provide damage. Still going to use it. Maybe Zesh 4 just dies, you know? 10 seconds later than he otherwise would. Oh, is that normal? I actually need those. I need to start using my essences. Normal stabs, I'm over, dude. Give me scalpers. Come on, what? I was trying to just like pick it up quick while I'm looting, but jeez. God, I have like no inventory space. This sucks. Body armor's useless anyways. Yo guys, no politics. What is this? What is this? We need a Denmark, Greenland? No, chill. All right, chill. We're not doing this. Twitch chat is not where... Twitch chat is not the forum for that, okay? Talk with your friends and family. The internet is not where you talk about politics, okay? Have a conversation, talk with someone face to face. Still looks sick. Yeah, it is. It is, man. It's just Monk and SSF. Stormwave, you run around, you get an ability while moving. It's not Ice Strike. Actually, I haven't really played too much Ice Strike. It feels like the pros and cons of Ice Strike are pros, it freezes things. Right? And that's like, and you have to use less skills. Because you can kind of just deal with Ice Strike, that's it. You don't have to do much more than that. Alright, defense mods. Yeah, that sounds about right. Did I? Oh, I did. Some of these are the ones I actually want to use myself. Yeah, where was that rolled one? The right there. Rarity, extra breach. Let's keep those. Why am I zoomed in again? No! Alright, we're just spamming. Dude, I hate doing T1 maps for this. This feels so unnecessary. I'm just going to do my T15s. When I'm just running and I'm a crappy layout, I don't mind Crypt. Crypt is fine. Some of these bad layouts, I'm just going to throw a random stone in and just be done. I'm just doing like, I was doing blue 14s where it's like, alright, I can at least get some T15 maps and whatever else randomly drops. Why'd you guys go from politics to weird flirting? What the hell, dude? Y'all need to chill. Okay, we need that patch soon. We need something. Go back to Cat W. Yeah, that's kind of crazy though to announce the patch on their Twitch channel. Actually kind of wild. That's the scary part. You're not like, hey, we're gonna have some patch notes ready. It's like, hey, we're gonna have a stream, okay? Tune in. Okay, we gotta talk. This is literally like we need to talk. Oh, okay. Hey, well, okay. Nothing bad, right? Nothing bad. I hope. I hope. Look at that, dude. Crypt had 2 rares in it. Wowza. I mean, it is really important, right? This is going to be the first major patch, not just here's a bug fix, here's this, here's that. It's like, hey, here are all of the issues that we hear from the community. Here's what we plan on doing. And here's what here's what you're not going to like. That could be a live execution of the Path of Exile Musk account. That'd be funny. That'd actually be really funny. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Yep. Think it'll be scammers and hacks? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to talk about that. Other than if they are going to talk about that, then it's going to be that they're adding 2-factor, like a proper 2FA, and they're just going to pay for it and figure it out. But if they don't plan on that, then they're definitely not talking about it. Do I think he'll be banned? If they're not... Like, the thing is, it's smart to just have the community kind of just smack talk and be the cudgel that polices that, but also it is kind of just like stomping on them, you know? Oh, I do need transmutes. I need to carry those for my weapons. Yeah, like it would be smart, right? Like you can't just let some dude kind of like make a fool of your game. I mean, yeah, but the other thing is, he's also, like, advertising it, but, yeah, it's just, like, it comes at such a... It's early access. It's free advertising. He says only good things about the game. There's a lot of benefit to not banning his account. But also, it would look so good to the community, right? So, like, what do you value more? Some good boy points from your community, or the extra reach towards literally everybody on Twitter? A little bad outweigh all the good. Am I gonna make predictions? I mean, what? I'm not gonna make any predictions, no. I mean, my prediction is going to be just what everyone's prediction would be, right? They're going to nerf all the... They're going to nerf, and not even nerf, they're just going to, like, fix all the one-shot random abuse things, like vines counting as extra monsters, or shield wall segments counting as entities to overkill off of, and, you know, all of that, right? To splash off of, to whatever. They're going to fix all of that thing, all that stuff, and... Probably some skill balance. No, we're not getting it. I don't think they're doing anything like that, man. I would not expect that. Wow, dude, physical thorns. Where are my fizz ones? Oh wow, it actually hit good hybrid. Okay. No more suffixes. Right, that's trash. Okay. Very good, very good. Boo, 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 boo. Let's get the transmutes for the white gear. Boom, boom, boom.
Yes. Of course.
PoE 1 League? They might. But I don't think so. I think this is just going to be PoE 2. It's January, what? January 12th? I don't think they're going to do PoE 1 stuff, January 12th. Late February was when they were planning to announce, right, around later February was going to be PoE 1 time. Right now, it's PoE 2 time. They may say something along the line, right? They may say, like, we've begun work, or rest assured, right? They're going to have some bone thrown to PoE 1. But no meat, right? Just get something to suck on for a little bit. Like, this is a PoE 2 patch stream and announcement. They didn't they didn't say, like, tune in to learn more about the next Path of Exile 1 League. They said tune in to learn more about the patch. You know, this is a 0.1.1 patch announcement stream. Yeah, I mean, I could see an announcement of an announcement. That's actually, like, I could see that. Yeah, sure. Doom, doom, doom. Oh, that's so annoying to get to this tower. How does it not just connect through the woods, man? Oh, well. We'll do this, and that'll probably be it. Doom, doom, doom. Reduced damage from crits. What if we don't do that? People still think there will be another Path of Exile 1 League? Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't there? People still have doomer mindsets for no reason. What a boring way to live, dude. Everything is bad. No, actually, no. That won't happen. Everything is bad. You still think things won't be bad? Even when they're good, it'll be bad. Just wait. Soon you'll be disappointed like me. Like, nah, man, there's definitely gonna be PoE 1 League. It's like the exact same thing as people thinking there wouldn't be a cataclysm. Like, no, actually, Blizzard would love leaving money on the table. Actually, Grinding Gear would love to not have a whole section of their community and money. No, actually, yeah, actually it's over. Just, I mean, I don't know. Think about it from my perspective as a depressed man. Everything's always over. God, what an unserious opinion. Just from completely unserious people. Yeah, they hate money. Honestly, I think they want to lay people off and not develop anything anymore. Honestly, there's not even gonna be PoE 2. Actually, hold on. Now that if I just view everything with my Doomer glasses on, it's actually all over. Everything's over. All of the time. Yeah, maybe I will take the glasses off, man. Then I can finally see. These have been rose tinted this whole time, and I didn't even notice. How could I not see? Damn, is it really just the boss? It was a fast fucking map, dude. Why? Damn it, let me blink without removing my inventory. What the hell is this? Flat Fizz crit bonus. Yep. Well, more to slam, more to slam. No TLI? No, I'm not playing TLI. I don't play PoE 2, man. TLI was a sponsor stream. And I did my sponsor stream. I have lots of PoE2 stuff to do, especially if this is going to be as big a patch as I think it will be. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Yep. I mean, hey man, if they sponsored another day or something, but no, just one gameplay. One stream. Yeah, also like yeah, let's just be real. These leagues apparently have had almost nobody from the team on them, allegedly. I shouldn't say almost nobody, right? It's been very few people working on PoE1 leagues. Like, why would, like, at a minimum, they would just keep doing that, right? Anyways, yeah. Just unserious people. I'm just memeing. XD. Elon Musk once again proving no matter how rich he is, he will always be a pathetic Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Sad as it is. It's just like, yeah, the absolute hubris. It's just, are you so full of yourself? You thought nobody would know. You'd just be able to hide it really well. It's just like, God. Quinn did a little Twitter video too. It was like a supercut. I don't know if he uploaded it to YouTube as well. It seemed like it was like a 10-minute video, so I assume he just uploaded his YouTube video to Twitter. I don't know. But yeah, it was a kind of like a clowning on him again. Showed clips of him on Lex bragging about video games, on Joe Rogan bragging about how good he is, other guests bragging about how good at video games he was and how smart he must be to run all of these companies and still be a top 10 Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2 player. God, just absolute open throat. Open throat behavior. It's funny, he did like a supercut, Quinn, of like Jung and Ben playing the game at high levels. He showed Karn's VODs, like multiple 40-hour streams. To be fair, those are in SSF, but hardcore trade, I would imagine, you know, kind of gonna be SSF a majority of the time. Dude, I love the Meyer boss. Honestly, she's just free. What are your thoughts on the word? What is this? Out of every the word dangus? Is this a new meme? Got him to say dangus. This is some Zoomer stuff. I'm just banning you, sir. Okay, we're mature adults here. Yeah, we got him, dude. Got him. Oh my God, clip it, clip it, clip it. He said it. Mature, yes. We're all old, okay? That's what that means. And we're getting older, boys. Don't forget it. Was that it? I didn't even see the rares on the map, man. Just off-screen them, I guess. Tower time. +1. Is that it then? Yeah, I don't know if I want to run every single map over. No, I almost have to. Oh, I'm gonna need so many more tablets too. I need like 6 tablets. Yeah, your life's over at 21, man. Definitely. Man, screw you. Don't even make... Okay. We're too old for you to even be joking about that. 21, you are literally... You are a child. Alright. The world ahead of you. You got 9 years to make a man of yourself before you hit 30. And then it's over. And then it's over. And then the 30-year-olds say it's over. And the 40-year-olds say, man, shut up. You got 10 years to make... Okay. Until you're 40. And then it's over. And then 155 to 60-year-old. Something like that. Oh, yeah. Before I do all my... I forgot I spec'd my Atlas tree while I was spamming these for extra essences. Gotta put those points back. Yep, I got a few months. Yeah, 9 years of PoE, dude. My knees? They're not cracking yet, sir. They are getting there. I do feel it. Okay, I feel that soreness.
What is it?
Was I missing? Effect Waystone Tower? Yes. All right. Nope. This is all good. Perfect. Let's do our good towers. I feel like I have some meh ones. I took the ones from the top. Let's do them good ones. Rare monsters. Quant of items. There it is. Breach, rarity. Rarity. Do we have a quant? Here we go. That's good. No, I have knee braces. Okay, for the gym. Makes me feel so old. Oh man, I've got to do these two, huh? Or at least this one. At least that one. Yeah, then this one's good. Okay, at least this one. We're almost there. Oh, it's an augury to get out of the way too. Oh, I should do... Yeah. All right. Augury, I'm just doing nothing. I want this done, dude. Am I Elon's boy? Yeah, I am Elon's boy. My throat's open. Every reply is great job, sir. Great idea, sir. Nice job. Great video game execution. And then I'll write an article about it. And then I'll tweet the article. And then I'll write another article about other tweets and reply. Saying gamers are raving. About Elon's success at of Exile 2. Yes. I'm slurping it up, sir. I'd be surprised if everyone wants... I mean, come on. How are we not? Most intelligent man in the United States. Richest man in the world. One more thing. Unsable on stream. I should probably at least make these magic, but dude, I'm just... Augury does not deserve it. Augury does not deserve any more time spent here. If there's one extra rare added that goes to a random room that forces me to backtrack, then it was not worth. What is that? No, don't do that, okay? Those poor kids have been through plenty enough already. Alright, is that an essence in the middle? Yeah, give me +1, man. I could use more. I slept on essences. They're actually kind of nice. I should have been using them on the normal bases. Probably could have gotten, like, one random upgrade pretty easy. Just use them earlier. I do feel like... It's like a wait until you're getting the good bases, right? Don't do them for... Well, I don't know, right? Like, when you're doing one mod stuff, probably should just be getting those from essences. And then you can continue to use them and get whatever from whatever. Alright, plus another. Alright, the breach maps, though, with all these tabs, I actually had to start slamming. Using all my X. Gotta build up, build back, dude. I slammed so much random gear. It's like every unset ring. I'm just slamming to try and get, like, any D's res. Oh, now that I'm the meditation setup, it is kind of nice. I don't have to worry about an instant flask. I mean, it sucks. I don't get to use that instant flask, right? I don't have that instant recovery anymore. I got meditation. I get to do it at the start of the map and not deal with Nogrim Feast. I get to do it in Burning Ground, in the middle of a fight, or whenever I might need some energy shield. Plus, I've got an inkling of a feeling. Grim Feast might be one of those things that goes bye-bye. I suppose we get to play with it for a little bit. If it's only announced today, but I imagine the implementation is going to be pretty quick. Yes, meditation before battle, boys. Never forget it. God, what a cornball. What a just absolute cornball. It's like laughing at his own shit. It's funny, I read something where it's like listening to Elon felt like watching old Chris Chan game streams where you could tell he didn't really know what he was talking about, but he wanted to pretend to seem cool. And then just all the random little comments about things. Random little mms and hmms. Corny little, like, almost dad joke things. Damn, dude. I love Fizz on my crackling. What am I hoping for balance-wise? I just want to know the direction they are going to take the game in. I want to know that they've heard and seen what the problems are right now. Things like map tabs, console filters. The fact that Breach is kind of king. And not that Breach is an issue, but that's because the other mechanics are kind of meh to interact with and farm in maps. That that like life and armor and, you know, whatever. They're gonna do something, you know? That'd be nice. When does this recover 5? It's like, yeah. We got the decomposed boots. That's cute. Hybrid. This could be it. Tier 3 flat is not, I don't think that's ever gonna, that ain't ever gonna make it. It'd have to just be like the most insane percent. Give me T3 life. Almost, dude, almost. Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be like, yo, was the community heard? Yeah. All right, sick. Yeah, maybe like, obviously just all the patch balance stuff. There's overperformers, there's underperformers. But I want, that stuff's obvious. It's boring. Right? Like, of course, they're gonna adjust things. Almost don't even, I don't know what I want out of rarity. Like, if rarity has such crazy diminishing returns, it becomes much less a big deal. And just becomes like, it's like half FOMO, but, you know, it is kind of still super restricting for Trade League. People who are going to spurg. They're going to kind of do that anyways, but... Alright, like, remove rarity, and what do? The same thing with the same build. Like, does rarity... Is it changing that much? Maybe it does if there's still other competitive options, but... I don't want low item level stuff from Waystone ones. The Queen of the Forest gamers go acrobatics. The people who are stacking evasion rating all the way to the moon. Yeah, they probably go acro. I feel like they'd be trolling if they didn't. Like, why wouldn't you? What else are you doing with all of that? You got all the evasion in the world and you're not going to take the best thing to use it on? The patch will not have any nerf. It'll only add new content. All right. Pass me some whatever you just hit, bro. There's always so many towers, so many paths, so many things. I could just like keep going. All right, let's see though. What are we just axing? Grotto, Abyss. We're gonna axe an augury. Grotto. Do I like Abyss? I don't remember actually. I feel like Abyss wasn't too bad, but... Another augury? No thanks. Vol Foundry. Glad to get that one out of there. Don't want any breaches landing on that. Springs, Grotto, all these other... It's whatever. That's fine. Am I gonna do one here? I guess I could. I mean, I should just throw them everywhere, man. It's gonna land in all their circles. Alrighty. I think that's all I needed to call. Oh, no, yeah. That was the last one. Oh, all these two. Hive, that's fine. Fortress, it's already a huge map. I can leave that. Does this one have a open? Why can't I click? Is it because my inventory was open? What the? All right, let's get our tablets and just start tablet spamming. Fix the trials. What's that mean? Many monster, quantum items. Dude, we got some Josers. Open and close 8% faster and density. Dude, what a sick mod. What the? Quant of items. We want some of those. Yeah, we want some quant. We want some quant. I'm going to get rarity from a lot of these too. You don't go acro. You blow up 5 screens at a time. What do you need evade for? Yeah, I would not take build advice from YOLO 420 Twerk 69. Telling Deadeyes with lots of evasion rating to not go acro. Where do we want the breach ones? I probably want the breach ones in the middle of all of this, huh? We've got all of these. What do we got? 1, 2, 3. Jeez, do I have these as well? Dude, I was an animal. I was an animal, dude. All right, let's do breach ones here. Radiation. Screw it. We'll just do it. Does everything have breach? No. It don't. No, it don't. Just need to do more breach. I probably don't need to irradiate as much as I think. We could do this here for all of these. Get that a little better. This one here. Do we have a rarity one? We do. Man, I really ought to do that. I'm just gonna work my way up there with the breaches. All right, we got one more here. I mean, screw it, dude. Just another breach. All right, any left? Any left? Oh, we got all of these still? Hold on, these 3? Okay, okay, okay. Let's do breach here. Gonna need another one. Probably this, and then breach. Dang, that didn't look like it hit too many. Or was it? There we go. Holy moly, dude. Some of these. Look at these mods, bro. Jeez. Okay, alright. Okie dokes. We got rarity gear on. I don't have my Giga rarity stuff, but let's just get our maps. The good ones. Alright, we need rarity. Rarity quantity, not random trash. I'll just delete this. Alright. Exalt. I don't know if I'm really going to corrupt any. I probably could corrupt some. These are supposed to be rolled, though. I don't know. They're rolled, I guess, just for not having less recovery. That's probably it. No ailment, no less recovery, cooldown, none of that. All right. Rarity of. Let's not just spam, though. Just hit 3 prefix, and that's good enough. Minus max, I don't care. It's not that big deal. I've got Grim Feast. Grim Feast will keep me alive. Yep, that one's good. Yes. Yep, yep, yep. All right, quantity of. Oh, no, it's not quantity of. No, it is. Really? I only have 1 map with quantity? Wow. All right, we'll do pack size. It's already juiced. Yep. Giga pack size. Wow, gold and no, that one's pretty meh. I love the ones that had gold and chests. It's like, yeah, dude. I can't wait to open all of those. Yes, sir. Yeah, we could do rare monsters too. Rare monsters. Wow, that's all of them apparently. Gold. I love it. I love that on the Exalt slams. XP, I'll take. Should probably corrupt some of these random ones. Screw it, dude. Hey, there's another good one. All right, let's just see. One of them could hit some full prefix, blah, blah, blah. Or I'm just going to have a bunch of random crappy maps I don't want to run and like 1 random tier 16. Rare monster, rare chest. Nope. Yeah, I probably need to corrupt the ones that are actually pretty good. Jeez. This adds mod. Okay. All right, we're done. Let's just do some Fs. Let's just do them, dude. Yeah, no T16s though. Ball maps? Yeah. Sometimes. Can hit full prefix. I can hit whatever. I mean, I have extra. Could just be for fun. These are all good too, huh? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, those were all the bad ones. I don't think I chose any of those. But that was all the less recovery ailment threshold. Nope, not that one. Oh, I forgot to look through the ones I slammed as well. That's an ailment threshold. All right, there we go. Pen. Psh. Oh, another threshold. Threshold is like actually the worst. Wow, all threshold. Unlucky, dude. All right, I've got all these in my roll tab. I don't know what that means though. When I rolled, what did I roll them with? Probably just not the ass mods. I don't think I did any of them with the actual rarity. But we got these. I can just slam all the other ones. See whatever's left. Hey, what's up? Welcome to Patch Note Waiting Room. Yeah, let me divine some maps. We are free. Wait, what was this? Am I still... Did I not do tablets on some of these? I'm missing that one still. This one needs one. Does this one? All right, we got at least 2 more tablets to do. Side piece who does the freaky stuff? What the? That is, nobody wants to hear that, bro. Oh, really? Oh, thanks, man. Oh, cool. Hey, thanks for letting a homie know. Appreciate it. Hey, man, Maho's out of town, but I guess. I guess. Good enough. Dude, screw irradiation. Give me more breaches. All right, it is complete. Let's start where we are, though. I'm just absolutely losing myself in the breach. Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, no Russian. Sorry, don't speak Russian. What is, I hope that gets fixed. I don't know what that is. When I meditate, it stutters my character when I'm meditating while moving. Why? Why is it doing that? Oh, did I? I'm so that's so funny. I was like, hold on. Can I feel not having that 3% move speed right now? No, you can't. Feel 3% move speed, dude. Yeah, I'm doing meditate. I would imagine... how many sources of overflow energy shield are there in the game? We have meditate and what? There's got to be more, right? Is it really just meditate, Grim Feast? I know there's overflow life on Blood Mage from Leech. If there's sources of overflow, yes, outside of Grim Feast, they might just let Grim Feast recover, or like, you know, maybe it could recover overflow, but not grant it. But it's probably just going to be ES recovery that can also recover. I hope it's something like that. Like if they get rid of the overflow part, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like we could be fine on meditate. I don't think there's actually that many sources of overflow, so it is probably just going to be a giga nerf. But hey, man, I got meditate, so I'm chilling. Can do that for my breach, can do that for my boss. I don't have to like worry about much. Then Grim Feast can just recover it. So I don't have to actually rely on it while I'm mapping, which is really nice. Yes, I can meditate before battle, boys. Yes. Say the line, say the line. I'm gonna drop meditation just for that reason. Why does it feel like only... Is it just crackling stabs drop a bunch? This is like the only staff. And it always, always hits Fizz. Never just crit damage. Big old Ellie with attacks. And the thing is, with Hoa, I can use Crackling. And not have to have like such a big fizz weapon. Like it does work well enough. But you gotta have like Giga crit damage. Maybe some huge Ellie attacks, right? I gotta like kind of get it, you know? Hell, maybe I'll do a breach. Let's do a breach stone after this. If I could get the slower breach for some of these crappy maps, that would be so nice. Because I'm going to be running a lot of random layouts. All right, not bad, dude, not bad. Even without slow breach, it's not that bad for stuff like this. Is there a rare? What is this? No unbound avatar? What do I need it for, man? I'll swap to it for my breach stone, right? For Zesht, I'll do it, but what else am I doing that for? Do I need unbound avatar while I'm clearing a breach? Like, no. Not really. Breaches... I mean, like, I could maybe... right, like, the rares sometimes don't pop right away, but... I'm gonna just randomly press it. Nah, dude. We're good enough. If I do anything, I take the shock ground. Outside of bossing, just for the mapping. The shock ground would be really nice. Especially in breach. Where sometimes... something at the edge of the breach is going to die, and then something will spawn that can actually be hit again. Dang, did I loot all my breach? I feel like I missed some. Yeah, right down there. I don't know, I guess I'll come back, pick that up after the rare. Looting breaches with a filter so much better. Yeah, what? No filter, bud? You got no filter? No filter? Hey man, the patch notes, they're for you too, console. Alright? You also get a patch. You also get some optimism, hopefully. Isn't there a workaround for that too, by the way? I thought I saw something on the Reddit. If you have like a PC Path of Exile account, you can put your filter on your account and it'll show up on your Xbox or something like that. I'm just spreading misinfo. Thought I remember seeing something like that though. Oh, Filter Blade has sync. You're on GeForce now. How many splinters? 25. All right, not too bad. Let's do a stone. Let's just do our breach stone. No use waiting. I'm gonna farm all my breaches before I get my my last point. It's kind of silly. All right, fizz mods. Okay, well, not the worst, and that is exactly expected. Is there a crit? There's attack. That's everything. Speed, lightning, fizz, life. There's not a crit one, huh? They don't want you doing crit stuff. No, sir. No, siree. I mean, this is a start. This is a start. It's not the biggest fizz. Kind of needs crit. Oh my god. All right. This can go into maybe later. That is not it, dude. All right, let's do stones. I have reach. I have like 3 stones to do, something like that. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Ah, dude, no plus 1 extra free stone. Actually, no, yeah, I typed breach. We didn't type breach splinter. Do I have the gold for? Yes. Okay. So I guess I'm not gonna do meditate for the boss, right? Definitely just gonna have 40% more damage for that. Kind of sucks, but Whatever, man.
Let's try
We have
something
Grim
different.
Feast. Man cheese. I need to start putting my... Apparently you can do a whole setup in here on your gem. It'll keep all the supports. But you have to go from your skill page into the gem tab. It's a little bit silly. Whatever works. Whatever works. Whoops. That one's too high level. Separate mark. Boom. And then it was energy. There's an energy support. It's that or slower proj. I guess I'll have to look back. I'll check the VOD and see if I'm getting max critical weakness. Yeah, like, do I need a chance to refund half the cost versus the slower proj? I don't know. We'll see, I guess. This does trigger sniper mark faster, so... I mean, if this just triggers way more frequent, that's a lot of crit damage bonus. That's base crit damage bonus too. Yeah, that's pretty good, dude. All right. What was the other thing? We need mana storm, mana revenants. I think that's it. Other than maybe a single target gem swap on something. Probably will just keep inspiration on here. My mana's gonna be chunked enough as is. Oh yeah, and then I just take some... I take a link off of Herald and put it somewhere else. Do I though? Actually, I don't. What am I gonna take off and put on? You know, it's really just like Bell. Bell charge staff. I guess no lightning exposure. Just yoink a damage support up onto that. Something like that. Yep, alright. I mean, the goal is...
Look, I don't care about the streamer interview. Who is Tripolar
don't die
Bear?
after I kill him this time.
Yes.
Is there anything else? Oh, yes. I need to remove the knockback node. That is unplayable. Freeze, build up, non-negative. He should be getting crit. If he's not getting crit all the time and I'm ignoring his res all the time, then there's something terribly wrong. All right. Yes. And then I can get crit damage bonus. That's 3. We've got 4 more points. I could do blind, I guess. I could blind him. What else? I mean, just taking crit chance. Attack damage. I'd probably just do that, huh? Do that too, maybe. All right. Boom, boom, boom. I almost like that more than the blind. Like, blind doesn't really matter. I feel like if I gotta try not to get hit, then it's kind of already over, dude. Is there crit bonus? Yeah. Yeah. Take that. Yes. All right, giga bonus. Where do I get... I have 168 armor. That's funny. Dude, I'm armored up. 45, yeah. Wait, that's not it. Yeah. Stormwave doesn't matter. All right. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. My breach stones. I need this Hoa. I need these passives. My Alice for breach? Oh, dude, it's just the density, the splinters, and the chance for giga breaches. This stuff feels really nice. Having like a 22% chance for more breaches. Pretty good. The next one I take... dude, I wonder. Soul Eater. Yeah, attack, cast, and less damage taken. Up to 45 times. I wish Soul Eater made you big. That would be... Man, I miss those days. And you have to spec into it on your breach with your headhunter. Come on, man. Come on. Just let us be big again. Now, my next one is probably... Well, so I think you would do this, right? You do chance for magic packs and more hands. I might just do that. Yeah, I don't know. The slower... I don't really need it. Could be 15 monster density, open and close fast, but I don't need less time. More hands, more splinters, more magic packs. Seems pretty good, dude. Yeah, who was that? Marcy. Marceau? I'm gonna butcher your name, but shout out to you, bud. Thank you. Wait, what am I doing? Don't do this yet. All right, I think that's it. I feel like I prepare so much. Probably completely unnecessary. It's just like, oh gosh, dude. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not doing an annoyment. I'm not changing anything else. This should be fine. I don't have the knockback on crit, and that's really the one issue. I just gotta remember to press Unbound Avatar. That's it. Just press it. Remember. Dang, dude, I can't meditate before battle though.
Thunder!
I'm gonna try to keep Blink on as well. It would be so nice to have Blink. It would be so nice to be able to keep Blink for the fight. Otherwise, I just eat a hand. Dude, it's just... I look at dodging like all of the fists, and it's like, alright, you can go in there. You dodge it. Right, you go on top of it, you dodge behind the hand that drops. Okay, blah, 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 blah. You do this, you do that, you do that. Here's the strat. And it's like, if you have Blink, you just let like 2 or 3 spawn, maybe get hit by one, and then you blink out, and that's it. You just walk, maybe there's one more that comes, and you just walk behind that one. It's like, dang, yo. Seems like a pretty good life. I feel like I should maybe have a better ring than porcelain. What is this providing? I guess cold damage? I could put on my flat cold damage breach ring though. Ah, whatever, dude. I don't need this to be min-maxed. I mean, I killed him last time. It's just that he died. He died during the hands, and then, you know, so did I. What's the patch announcement? UK time? No clue, but you gotta look that one up. I'm not a time converter. That's a Google question, homie. I only know Central, but it is gonna be like 2.5 hours, something like that. Or is it 1.5? No, it's 2 hours. It's 2 hours now. In 2 hours. A Greater Jewelers. Yeah, I'm yoinking that quick. Holy dude. Alright, what am I removing? It's probably going to be Wind Dancer. Grim Feast is gone for Mana Remnants. And then, what is this? It's on Killing. Man, I wish I could keep all the gem links here. That's so annoying. I'm just taking this stuff out. But whatever, dude. Alright, bing bong. Weapon 1. Weapon 1. I'm gonna keep inspiration here because, golly, I need it. I don't think there's a better support than close combat here, even from what I had, so. Well, okay, yeah, whatever. That's just, I'm just being silly then. All right. I'm gonna press my R button.
Nightmare. We that are one.
Fury unleashed!
Destiny.
What a way to start the fight.
Hear the great winds. She of fulgent motion.
Okay. Wow. That's a funny way to start the fight, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Damn, what was that? Why is that hidden? The Lapis Amulet. First opener is the fucking slam. Good one, dude. Good one. All right. I don't know if I have enough damage. Is that 4? How big a step up is that? I'd rather just, like, get more Hoas. But he does drop a cool jewel. I would be missing out on that. Is there anything else? Wait, Topaz... Why are rare Topaz rings being hidden? What rule is that? Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Was this the wrong way? I changed some things off stream to just pick up extra things while I was running around. That's funny though. Wait, no. This needs to be. I want to show. Hold on. I need a fucking white ring to test this stuff out. Whatever. Show rarity equal. Okay, it's just. I just wanted to see. It's really normal, so that I can roll with random stuff, like essences. Wait, no, I have these two. Ah, whatever, dude. This is fine. For the utility belt and set rings. Is this the, oh, shit. Oh, I don't even need utility belts. It's really just unset rings. Dude, I trolled my filter. XD, bro. Oh, there's a magic one. Magic unsets, dude. Log in. I don't even know if I really need to spurg about unsets and all that much, but it just sucks that the one I'm wearing right now. I mean, it's, you know, black cold to attacks. That's cool. Lighting res. And it's got rarity. Like, I do need the rarity. Feels a bit silly though. Yeah, another Pandemonious. Holy mana regen. That was big, dude. That was big. All right, do we do Zesh 4? Let's just do Zesh 4. Yeah, I'm definitely just taking that. Oh, jeez, dude. How big a step? No, I'm keeping game sound up, okay. It's a cool fight. You want to hear it.
Winter prevails.
Ah, how annoying. Put that in the patch note. Don't nerf Monk though. Don't put that in the patch notes. No, thank you. Leave me alone. All right, this isn't that crazy. It's not that crazy. It's pretty fun. It's not that crazy. Dude, I have to have the game sound loud though. If I don't, how am I supposed to hear when he does the moves? Come on, Nara. Come on, Nara. All right, I feel like on this, I'm probably gonna have to do more mechanics. We're probably not gonna be able to stand there the whole time. We'll see though. Who knows? If I had Hoa, he's gone. Absolutely, just instant gone every time. Yeah, it's just free. Oh, my charge staff. I forgot to do a link on that too. That was like 25 damage or something on a charge staff. Like, I don't know, dude. It helps. Oh, I got a Greater Jewelers too. Where am I putting that? It's gonna be... Oh, it might be Tempest Flurry, actually. And then I can quality it. Oh. Let me do that now. Before it's too late. Before I already start the boss. Right, that's qualityed. This is qualityed. Wind Dancer doesn't need it. Storm Wave. I guess Storm Wave. I could double the wave width. That might feel pretty good, but I'd rather just have melee strike range. That'd be really nice. Just an extra range on everything. Like, why not, dude? Make my bell combo easier to build up anytime something's not directly in front of me. All right, where's this? Warning, it's already equipped. Thanks. Boom, dude. Boom. All right, beautiful. Oh, that's so nice. Can I just sub this in? Would you let me do that? Hell no, you wouldn't. Electrocute, rage, attack speed, and mana cost. My mana was pretty decent there, too. It was pretty okay. Pretty okay. Only weapon set 1. Even though it don't matter. For now, it will when I go back to meditate. Now, Wind Dancer's quality. I don't need links on it, though. A Wind Dancer link would be... Dude, it would be like blind or something stupid. Just, I say something stupid. Blind is useful, but... Am I really gonna do blind on a... instead of extra melee range for my single target? Hell no. It does bait me when I'm hitting things with Tempest Flurry. Really with Charge Staff, and it's not actually hitting with the Flurry. So troll. Who knows? Maybe I won't even be able to feel +4 melee, but... That or wave width? It's pretty... I don't know, that's an easy choice. Alright, game sound. Up. Gems. Swapped again. Let's do this one right away. Alright, Zesh 4. Wish me luck. I will need it. I will absolutely... I will need your luck. Okay. I did it all? I did it all? I think I did all the swaps. That was it, huh? Yeah, we can't do anything else here. It feels so disrespectful to have this just be rage, attack speed, inspiration. But whatever. Yeah, I'll let the rage build up for a second, then we can hit that bell, dude. We can hit that mother father bell. Yeah, okay. That's it. That's it. Oh, I only have 1 charge saved? Oh, that's actually sucks. That sucks. It's over, boys. It's over. I just hit the bell like 1 time.
That are one. She is ash.
Okay, Zesh 4. Oh, don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. All right, cool. Cool. That wasn't as much HP as I thought it'd be. I thought he'd have way more, but all right. No Hoa, no nothing. Wowzers, dude. Oh no, was it? Oh, I didn't have... My scenes have been wrong. Yo, my bad, dude. My bad. Alright, give me that good music back. I definitely had to actually like play for a second. With Hoa, probably don't have to. Wow, Zesht viable, Zesht viable. This is a good moment to check my filter. It really sucks to not have meditate. It also is so good to be able to press Unbound Avatar again. Oh my god. Bless, bless. The stars. The stars. Do we do again? I feel like if I go again, I probably fail this one. Wow, int and mana. Giga mana. Whole giga cold res. Alright, we're done with those. Still ashamed to say I haven't beat Zesh on your builds. Hasn't been fun to make it there and get one shot and then back to farming stones.
Yes.
If you're getting, what do you mean Zesh 4? If you get one shot in Zesh 1, that's your fault. I don't even think the hand, I mean, even Zesh 0, I don't think the hand one shots. Or maybe it's like a, if you're far enough away, you're good thing. Oh, shit. I could have put duration on Unbound Avatar as well. I probably should have pressed this earlier. I did it kind of into the fight just so I had max rage. But if it's lasting 10 seconds, then I don't think I got full use out of it. Probably is just press at the start and just have your Giga window and apply all the elements, freeze him, then electrocute him. Maybe stun him too?
Energizing.
Yeah, the first Zesh is pretty free. Don't fall for like Reddit FOMO of like bosses are when you enter the arena and then get one shot. That's not really what happens. What is this? Oh my gosh, what is this? Is this you? Grim Feast, and you... What do you have Grim Feast on for, brother? You have 1200 energy shield. Do you have one ES piece on? What the... What is he? Is this... What is this? This gas arrow? Yeah, see, that's where you messed up. See, like, there's a hand. There's 3 hands here. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean... I don't know, man. I don't know. You gotta... You need... If you're gonna... It's so funny. Is this your 0? Yeah, I mean, the play here, right? Like, obviously, don't be in the corner, right? This is... It's the girl on the couch meme. You put yourself in the corner, and then you walked back into all of the hands that you just spawned. You, like, spawn them all, and you're like, all right, now that they're up, let's walk. Let's walk back. Also, just log out. Forehead. For real, though. If you put a portal outside, you can log and reset the fight. Am I going to do another 4? I'm going to do another 4. Screw it. I need Hoa so bad, though. I'd rather just do, like, a free 3. All it takes is me getting hit by, like, 2 hands. Wait, it doesn't reset? What? Acro and Herald of Plague for the second one. Almost got him. Yeah, I mean, wait, the first death was a bug? The hands didn't render? Not the clip that you're talking about, right? Because that absolutely did not happen. Alright, I proved Zesh 4. We're just gonna make it free. I really just want to get Hoa. I, like, do not want to do more breaches to get a Hoa back. Is everything good? I think so. Got all my heralds back on. I think I would be real bored of mapping
There's a chill in the air.
if breaches didn't feel so good. If I was trying to do anything other than just like breach, I think it'd feel real bad. The expedition in maps, you know, is good, but probably not as satisfying. What is this?
Oh my god! Oh.
Re-rolling monk after a massive loss.
Oh my god!
Wait, is this... Are we looking at... Whose build is this?
I'm about to die! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh no.
I
He's gonna die.
I log back in.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, I was about to die, guys. I log back in, same life, same everything. Go back in.
Okay.
And, well, I can go back into the... So the fight resets though, right?
Yeah, right.
The fight doesn't even... No, it does, right? It doesn't reset!
Nope. What is this? What is he doing?
What do you mean it doesn't reset? What do you mean it doesn't reset? What do you mean? I was lied to so hard.
We were all lied to. We were all lied
I
to.
was lied to. I didn't
Ben
even
Shrua.
do it. I thought it was one portal.
Log if you're gonna die.
Well, now that I know, man. Thank you
Man.
for content. Fucking tough.
That's fixed next patch. Hopefully. I don't know, maybe hopefully not. Is that a fair compromise? The fight doesn't reset. Is that good enough? It's pseudo portals. You kinda... If you can survive things and not die to the one-shots, then you kinda do get that extra chance. Why is he doing the Pathfinder flask recovery, whatever memory? What flask do I have right now? Amount recovered charges. Okay, good enough.
Lightning!
Give 6 portals and reset the fight. I do like that. I like that much more. Yeah, let's not lose too much Grim Feast. Whoa, whoa! Last one. So I gotta farm more breaches. Is this the one? Is this the Hoa? Is this the Hoa? Let it be the Hoa. One time. What's... I think the drop chance is... It's not that bad. I think it's like 10% per Hoa. Something like that. For how much power? I'll take it. Shit, dude. Shit. Alright, weapon elemental damage. And blah. Right? And blah. My resistances.
We
No.
that dreamed. We
Those are mine.
in nightmare. We that are one.
Fury unleashed!
We of storming cruelty. The abyss knocks once and is answered by four.
Dang, yo. Yeah, we got an Amber Amulet, though, for when they buff life. Huge, dude. And it's a 14% roll. And it's a 14% roll. Huge. Wow. It doesn't have ES recharge. Let's put this on the ground. Monk is too good. Here's a little thing, kid. All right, that's what every build is going to look like on Breach. All right, here's the thing, little brozo. Yo, keeping, dude, I have expert dual strings on the ground. What am I doing?
Go on.
Go on. Nope, trash. All right, back to maps. That was fun though. Glad we're at the Delete Zesh 4-ish. I mean, geez, bro. Give me even a nerfed Hua, and we're doing pretty good.
Thunderous demise.
I got an extra 4 link. That's cool. It's actually really nice. How about that shit helps, dude? Oh, CI. Yep. CI abuser. Hey, I was a hybrid gamer for a bit there, all right? Don't be ascribing all of that abuse to just me. We all abuse in-game mechanics, okay? That's PoE, baby. PoE, baby. Do I have... Oh. Do I have a belt with fire res and a charm slot? Where are my charm slot ones? Dude, why are both charm slot belts lightning res? And that's it. Come on, man. Life flask, charge gain, charm effect, duration, and strength. This one's kind of good. I'm gonna chaos this, and we're gonna turn that res into another res. Nope. We're just gonna get another resistance or something. Honestly, just keep hitting prefixes. Based, bro, based. All right, +1 charm into charges gained. Nice. Well, we got that as a backup. I have another charm slot here with a bunch of awful mods all over it. Strength. Oh, and there it goes. All right. Well, we gave her a whirl. We gave her a whirl. The cast is for Eye of Winter. Was this the, no. It was just these two. It's Eye of Winter, Cast on Shock, Energy Refund, whatever that one is, and Sniper's Mark for just like extra base crit multi. It's just, you know, you use that mark for bosses pretty much. Doom, doom, doom.
I must meditate.
All right, back to game. And should I keep Avatar?
What is
No.
it? Go on.
Oh wait, actually, I forgot. Let's put those back in.
Go on.
What does it cost to respec an Ascendancy? It's like 60k gold. Dang, that kind of sucks. Oh well.
Time to
All right, we got our meditate swap back. Back to mapping. What is it? Another hour and a half till the patch notes. God, we're so close, dude. Oh my goodness. Dude, I'm nervous. I don't know how you guys are feeling. I'm nervous, man. It totally could just be an absolute bloodbath. We're gonna have an expedition level patch. A small adjustment needs to be made to pull the community in the right direction before we lose ourselves and our game. At least Blink can go over the Deli Mob. Damn, what is this? hey, Deli. Get me out of delirium. Here on the Vice. I want my nice shatters, please! Wait, Herald Device isn't even on. What? Why is that not on? No wonder I have no shatters. No nothing. I was gonna say, it ain't that bad, dude. It's like, I'm checking map mods. It's like, yeah, okay, pack size. Never been nervous until PoE, yeah. Wait, other games, it's fun, man. Patch notes, hell yeah. Get a new meta for who runs it down mid. Yep, they're gonna revert Cultist Hammer. Don't tell me this is gonna be a rare pack. What's going on here? They just weren't even activated. I couldn't even hit them. Coolio. Oh no, dude, this staff's not the worst. Oh, this is it. Just don't get rid of this, please. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Whatever build I play next just has to do this every single time. Every build just needs to have explosion. I'm just gonna look at the explosions, and that's how I'm gonna do the next build. Like, alright, so we could do Herald the Vice plus Armor Explosion. We can do Herald the Vice plus Herald of Thunder again on an attack build. I could do Herald of Ice plus maybe Trample Toad, maybe? That one probably doesn't work as well. Not at all, but still, something. Witch Hunter buffs? That's what's happening. Witch Hunter is getting buffed. It has to. It has to.
Dreamer provides.
Dang, actually though, what's up with Witch Hunter gets how many weapon swap passives extra? It's like another 20 something. Hey man, maybe someday. I don't know why I pressed that. Alright, this staff cannot be good. I'm just gonna keep it though. Recycle angle. I'm not coping, by the way. You're coping. You're coping that I'm coping. We're all coping that I'm coping. Yeah, there's a lot of things that need something. Oh, I want to pick those up, dude. I want to pick that up. A scalper jacket. I need that more than I need a crossbow. Oh, jeez. All right, not a bad breach. Not the best. Do we get 28? All right. That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. It's like 10 breaches like that. Another stone. Another hua. There's 100 breaches like that. And we've got it locked in if it's like a 10%. What's the explosions? You got a linky?
Like every interaction is a bug to you because like
Oh, is this the fucking setting up the spines?
like the only thing that's not a bug is the shitty build that you're playing. It has nothing to do with
True,
me.
dude. Yeah, that's real. That's a real build. What the hell, dude? Yeah, it's like that. That stuff, that's gone, dude. The vines counting as entities to splash off of. It's like, imagine Worm Flask, except it's not a flask. And you just preload it whenever you, it's just like, it's just an attack. You just use it. Hell yeah. That and the shield wall thing. That's gotta go. There's just so many odd things coded as entities right now. I think that's also why Grotha's Fireball almost crashes the game every time you cast it. On this fucking frost wall. That was another good meme, dude. Alright, I'm just gonna come back in for these. Are you kidding me? A laundry list? Yeah, without a doubt, dude.
What do you think?
Man, I really still need like a 2% mana on kill. I subbed mine out for 1%. It's good enough. Slightly uncomfy sometimes, though. Crit damage bonus for attacks. Yo. Yeah, I mean, that's not... Whatever. Lot of goofy splash stuff. Dude, there's no way this hits. To the recycle bin. Can only put 100 toxic rain things. No, it's vines. You're like hitting vines. That is, it's just like, I don't know how that stuff, like these are things solved from Pee-wee 1. That's so crazy. Maybe it's just for the old heads to have a little fun for, you know, whatever it is. But yeah, geez, bro. That stuff's crazy. Nope. What's the next breach? Bloomingfield seepage? Dude, who cares? All of them. Oh, is there really not a breach on Sandspit? No! 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 I could get a breach here. It would be the... Oh my god, it would be the biggest roundabout walk to get it ever. No thanks. Alright. As long as they buff Ignite. No, I don't think they're getting rid of Heralds. I think they get rid of the supports. I don't think they're gonna make Porcelain not work with Herald of Ice. Right? Do we really think that? Did the dev... Right, this whole cyclical ailments, whatever stuff, and you get some threshold and the things work. Like, that's, you know, understandable. Like, okay, you guys didn't do this, I guess. You didn't see that, but like, yo, we used the ring that you'd use for Herald of Ice. We just use that. We just use it, that's it. It's not like some weird combination of things. You just use it, that's... You use the ring. You just didn't do that, I guess. Giving up your ring slot's pretty big too, man. Like, I don't see it. Versus supports that just make it work. And work too well.
The dreamer
I don't know, dude. With ingenuity and uniques being so hard to fit in. It's your CI. Just say, F it, dude. I need like 3 less suffixes on my build, and it'll just work. And I'll be even better for it. We'll see how far that, you know, how far that goes, how long that lasts. Life meta is coming soon, boys. We're not coping. You will see me re-roll a warrior in SF. Definitely. After the patch. I mean, of course. Now I'm coping. Dude, I want to make a big filter for this though. I think that's gonna be the plan. We see what's left in the patch notes. I need to do some filter stuff. I feel like PoE 2 is one of those games where it's like very front load on the decisions you make in the maps and not, you know, like obviously you have to run the maps and do them super, right? But like your juice comes from kind of thinking for a second and stacking up and planning a little bit on what's going on, where my character is doing the no action thing again. But like having a filter for whoever's playing to do all the thinking for you. Just be like, yeah. Have it be easily modifiable. You just see, oh look, here's the weapon section. Here's the pick up your normals if you want to. Pick up the magic weapons and your jewelry and whatnot. Dude, this map sucks. Ah, there's got to be something over here, right? There has to be some monster. Oh, fuck off, bastard. But having a filter do all your thinking, that's pretty big. Just highlighting bases you need. Filter blade's gonna make that so easy to make. God bless, dude. And I can just add some extra, or really kind of just move rules to the front. Some at least. So you can just turn off normal weapon pickups when you're done using a transmute on normal weapons. Although that's, you know, it's like something you kind of, that's the one thing you want to do for probably the whole life. Getting some of these mods all together on a weapon is just like too damn difficult. With Hoa, it's nice. For some reason, I feel like the weapon slot gets easier to make. You can almost just deal with not having insane fizz. You just get some LE. Especially if you have crit, especially if you have crit damage bonus, soul cores. That's when that stuff gets real easy, dude. Yep, no. Was that it? Damn, what a... I guess 25 splinters, that's par for the course. Didn't feel like a good breach, but whatever, dude. I think it's funny how much better cold and lightning are than fire, and how weak fizz is that it needs LE conversion to function. Pure fizz bleed isn't so bad. That's pretty good for hammer and stuff. All them hammer builds.
Hello.
No recharge. Do we have a better? Nope. We don't.
Waiting.
I don't think it's like the gap is like right. But like pure fizz, I mean, Monk's never doing pure fizz. Who's doing pure fizz? Like so many abilities just have convert built in. Like what's a pure fizz ability? Oh, why am I doing these breaches? Why don't I just do the Giga ones, man? Steaming Springs. Should we do this with the monster damage and elephant? Dude, what are these maps I have left? Okay, this is good. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Reduced extra damage from crits. That can high roll real bad, but... Alright, whatever, dude. Let's put that nasty one. Let's keep those up top. That's all of them, man. Every one of my good maps. So what's up with Peacock? Is that actually fun? I don't know if I'm gonna be... I just have to have explosions. It's Poison Prolift. Can I just put a Herald on? Do you have Spirit Room? Just to put it on for MTX reasons. Otherwise, what? It's just Poison Prolift. I haven't looked into poison builds, actually, like at all. You know, what a rare, dude. I know Peacock's good, obviously, but... God, what a slap in the face it's gonna be to have to drop my Herald, dude. Come on, man, don't make me do it. Was this extra fire damage in my Ellie weakness map? I'm just waiting for her to one-shot me with, like, any move. Alright, nothing weird, right? From your keystones? Nothing weird? Nothing weird? Do I need more of those? Oh, yo. Oh, dude, if that didn't have... Damn, dude, it hit T11 life. Hey, man, in a hybrid... Okay, the hybrid meta's coming. The hybrid life energy, it's coming back. It's coming back. It's gonna be big announcement or something. Big stuff. Huge stuff. Many things. Many big things, I should say. Made by people who are very good at developing games, and they have been for many years. Big things await us. God, how awkward would it be to be Gazzy and Darth, and it's just an absolute bloodbath of a patch note? They must tell them what's coming so that they know beforehand, right? Or are they just gonna have this whole patch announcement thing sprung on them? They're like, all right, man, thoughts? All right, so now that you've seen our announcement, thoughts? What are you thinking, boys? Is that a yay? Are we pogging? And they're just like absolute gray scale despair. It's like, oh, guess I'm gonna need to. All right, guess I'm gonna need a new build. Guess I'm going life. Holy. Yeah, where's that breach at? Come on now. I know there's one in here. Yeah, I want some expert Gothic stabs. Give me some of that. Drop this. Ah, this is fine. I don't need another one of these. I'm good, dude. Huh? Oh. On the Elon band, boys. Yeah, man, dude. That'd be sick. They do. God, I wish. On the right timeline, it would be a public execution. They could do a mock-up, little hang, like the intro to the game, right? Say Elon mouth. Rest in peace. Eckius Maximus, rest in peace. Just announced we had to ban him, dude. He was too good. We had to give our Path of Exile 1 players a chance to catch up. I went over here, so okay. Dude, missed like 2 hands. Sad. I need the 5 move speed for my body, the 5 move speed on my boots. They had a map tab. It's just named characters map tab every single time. You have no choice. I'm curious if they have the balls to ask about Elon. What's that even mean? Yes. The balls? Like, that's a brave... Like, that's... It would take a really brave act to... It's probably the most popular thing to clown on right now. I think it would be... Right? I don't know. That's not... bravery to clown on... the clown. The clown in chief of the PoE community right now.
Relentless assault.
Hey man, maybe it would be brave because they might get their Twitter deleted or something. Retaliation. No more monetization. GG's. Wow, that's a lot of cold. Didn't I pick up like 3 stabs? Was it really only 2? Alright. Elon's maps for everybody's map tab. That's what I want. That's the good meme. Almost no effort required. Max meme point potential. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot of crit, bro. That's a lot of crit. That's no fire at all, dude. 0 fire. 0. God, if I'm desperate enough, I will absolutely just slam those things, though. Ah, crit damage bonus. Am I really like every single staff that gets it? Nah, dude. Nah. You gotta have more than just that. Actually, maybe not. I don't have that many sources of crit damage bonus, so. Hold on. Tier 3 boots? I should have advanced high tiers show. That's another thing I need to do with Filter Blade and all of that.
All for the monastery.
Alright, is that it? Map complete. We looted the breach.
Foul creature.
I didn't miss nothing. Emerald splinters. 38 splinters in that map. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good map. Hell yeah, brother. Yep, 30 minutes. 30 minutes to the stream? I don't think that's correct. Yeah, I don't think that's right. Am I crazy? 0.1.1. 12:30 in my local time. Right now, it's 1:20 in my local time, so we've still got like another hour. Almost, though. Got a little excited there, buddy. Wow, dude. Tier 3 fizz. I don't know if that's it still. I'm not slamming. We're not slamming any of these. Just do another breach. Don't think. Put in breach. Do breach map. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Dude, where are my multi-breach maps? It's been one breach this whole time. I'm looking at the Twitch starting soon for the PoE channel. What? Did I miss? It says converted into my time zone. Does it have a countdown timer? What is this?
That's again, I talk about like year 3.
I'm looking at the Twitch starting soon for the PoE channel. Are you looking, you mean you're looking at the VOD? You mean you're looking at this from 2 months ago? Is that what you're talking about? This is the actual stream. Nothing. Offline. He almost got me, dude. He almost baited me.
You are destined to bring ruin to all you touch.
Thunder!
What's up, GGG? I've been looking at your starting soon screen for like an hour, and it just I refreshed the page and it reset. It's gonna be another hour. What's going on over there, dude? What the heck is this? What the heck is that, GGG? Boomer. Just boomer things. It's all good, dude. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the waiting room. Yeah, I should have just let him live in ignorance. He was like, oh my god, it's gonna start in like 1 minute. I'm so excited. And then he would have only had to wait like another 30, dude. That would have been it. I'm stuck. Yeah, please don't door stuff me. Hold on, we got a lot of breach monsters coming up. Come on, give me the juice. Do it, yes, yes. And then all the way back around, all the way back around. No! Damn, I didn't make it. Oh, that could have been good if there wasn't a big wall there. You know, I should just try shooting through the wall more often. It does work. It does work pretty damn well. Not through this one, but could have reached around. Good tip, top tip. Top monk tip. Just do that, that's it. Do that right there. Our newest feature would allow you to purchase gold with real life. Yeah, can you imagine? Hell yeah, dude. Integrated RMT. Something everybody would love to have in PoE. Dude, what am I doing with tier 3 flat, right? What is gonna happen there? Yeah, I love built-in RMT. Nothing better than doing a currency farm, knowing how much currency you're making, and then equating that to how much money it would cost to make that much. And then realizing that your time would be better spent at work to progress your character. That's the best. I love that. Dude, it's a T14 map. What am I spurging about? You guys love that? I love that. I really love that. It's like, dang, dude, I should really go to work right now. I could progress my character so much. It sucks my boss caught my hours last week. I lost some overtime. Now I can't buy the huge upgrade I was looking forward to this weekend. Fucking kill me, bro. Kill me, dude. No thanks. Minion AI, honestly, leave it bad. Leave it bad for now. They're gonna be okay. Okay, minion builds. Aren't y'all just like running around? What is this? Corrupted? Why does this drop corrupted? That's so bad. They're unusable. I don't even know if I can 3-to-1 these things. Watch that one hit. God, items dropping corrupted is so useless in this game. I don't know why Trial of Chaos. Like, why would the Trial of Chaos give you corrupted rares? Do you guys not understand how good Artificer orbs are? Like, what? I can't use those. You know that, right? We can't use those orbs. Like, you guys know, we almost would never use them. It's like, dude. Yo, huge crossbow? Nope. It would just have to hit so hard that it's kind of impossible. Especially weapons. Like, damn, dude, come on now. In the place that gives you soul cores, it gives you a bunch of items you cannot use them on. Troll face, dude. Troll face. I mean, I get it, dude. Trial of Chaos. Give me some Chaos Orbs. Why is it guys with corruptions? Give me, right? Give me, I don't know. What would that even be? A guff window where you get to use a Chaos Orb on an item or something. Yeah, soul cores. Yeah, psh. Dude, who needs crit damage bonus? I don't. Actually, though. If I get Hoa, that's it. I don't even need a crazy weapon. Just everything's dead anyways. Pretty wild how much damage you get. I expect that to get toned down in the Ailment Threshold. Or element threshold tuned up, rather. Dude, that feel put too many monsters in the map and it takes forever to finally get that last one to spawn up. Dude, that is not a it's not a very nice staff. Where them rares? Oh, there they are. Sorry, my bad. 100% RMT comes up in today's discussion. It's an obvious problem. Is it? Will it? I don't think it's a... What makes you think that's such a pressing issue that needs to be talked about? Like, there's just, there's issues with the instance crash thing with accounts being hacked, but... Like, what are they gonna say? You know, hey guys, don't do that, this is bad. We ban you. And then... You know, what left is there? We're working to not have people do this. It would just be like a Elon account ban. I feel like that's the only way stuff like that is being put up. Thoughts on Trial Master being affected by mods of ulti? I don't know why he's not. I think it's really weird that he's not. So I'm pretty sure you're asking me thoughts on him becoming affected by them. I don't know why he's not already.
Go on.
Big hybrid. Big light radius. Big stun buildup. Dude, I wish I had light radius in my character. As a minion player, it's not fun. I don't care how strong they are. Nerf them 90% and give me good gameplay. All right, man. Okay. All right. Okay.
Relentless assault.
Dude, I wish I was bought by Elon. Are you kidding me, man? What the hell? Dude, I finally have a muffler on my truck. I wouldn't have to turn it off if I just want to idle for a little bit with the windows down. Without risking carbon monoxide poisoning. Oh, dude, this is a double breach map. Is this the chosen one? Holy, dude. This is gonna be a chosen triple breach. Oh, it is. It is. There we go. In that corner. Oh, shit. I should have stayed down. Alright, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Let's go again. I gotta keep filter on for clicking hands, though. Otherwise, I miss so many splinters. I guess for this, I should just stay high at first, and then come down. Just let it, like, reach the end up here. Otherwise, I'm coming back later and swinging down again. It's just such a waste.
Thunder.
All right, now we got that juice down here, right? Don't eat my blink. Yup. Yes, sir. Another breach. Another one. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at these breaches. There's more. Dude, this is like a 10 breach. We hit it, dude.
Fate is on my side.
It's good to be a bunk. It's gonna be a whole ass breach stone. It's just in case. Just in case. Let's pick this up. Holy man. Did I even dump my inventory last map? What the? Yeah, no, minions blocking your doorways. I'm with you, boys. Okay, that sucks. Also, geez, bro. You kind of do just walk around and they kill everything. Alright, what's up with that, man? Why do I have this random shit? Oh, I'm running out of Fizz essences anyways. I'm just gonna start transmuting the staves. If there's a crit essence, that would be real cool. I mean, at some point that is kind of... I should just filter out, dude. Most of my minion friends that started Infernalist quit the game first. Really? It was like that bad of an experience? Yo, +1 charm slot on a utility? With T10 life. That's a greater essence if I've ever seen one. We'll save it for whatever build I want to do next. Melee weapons and melee skills, huh? These are going to be fun when it doesn't just make your Titan into a monk. Is this a 3 to 5 roll? Crash. First time I ever saw one. Oh, you get a couple, man. You just gotta be picking them up, dude. Holy, should we just do it? I think we just do it, huh? Tier 4 trash. Oh, dude, I didn't meditate. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness, no, we're back anyways. This isn't like that, so it is a little spooky, but hey man, whatever, I guess. It's an Ellie Pen map, and it's scary, and I'm just gonna be like looting. Wow. Yeah, this is crazy. Imagine getting a map like this on console, and it just becomes unplayable. And by the 4th time you've opened a breach and there's loot on the ground, it just crashes you out. You already know that's absolutely happened. Those poor... Jeez. R.I.P. Alright, good enough, good enough. Hey man, might find a weapon upgrade here. Suppose I'll enjoy the breaches while I can, huh, boys? We probably don't have too much. Let's see it. Please don't. Please don't. That's the one thing I really don't want it to hit. That would be really sad. I would kind of get it. Like, on a level. Okay. Yeah, breaches were pretty good, man. You know, they probably do give lots. And maybe too much. Maybe make them drop less, but keep the same number of monsters.
Speed.
That would be nice. Please and thank you. No, not big yes. That's just spell damage. Is that mana and then nothing? Yep. Let's see if we can't get a whole ass stone in this map. Wow, dude, big fizz, big fizz. No, I don't. I don't. I don't know. I have hope in my heart. I need to make splinters larger. Maybe not, maybe not. If I'm not going to turn filter off. Maybe not a good idea. Utility belt with another charm slot. $100 Ellie? I mean, that could hit, but yeah, not like that, dude. Just like teeth, nothing. Dude, there's so many stabs. But what is this? Dude, nobody wants that. Let's be honest. I gotta pick him up, dude. It's a stab angle, man. It's a stab angle. Wait, expert silk boots. Those don't even have my nice highlight. these could-
Tripolar bear. He's got
Oh,
a
these
big
could
dick,
hit.
dude.
These could hit so hard. If it hits move speed, what's the chance? No. Okay. There's just too much loot for me to leave on the ground. I have to. I'm going insane. Oh my god, dude, this chest. Please let it hit. Just, I want the move speed so bad, man. They never hit. I'm gonna do it. Yo, Penny Wong, thank you. Hey, welcome back, dude. Jeez, dude, thank you. All it's got to do is get rid of that T for life. That's it. That's it. Okay, it didn't get 35, but I think it has to be 82 to get 35, so that's fair. That's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. I lost the hybrid stun threshold roll, but that's really nice. I just picked up a little bit of extra cold res if I needed, I suppose. These aren't even really an upgrade. Yeah, not really. Until I want that res. Then it kind of is. I mean, you know, man. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, no, it's not a good base. It don't look pretty. It ain't cool. I probably lose yes on top of that as well. We can keep these for later, though. These can be a nice pair. Just for different res needs if I need. Hold on, you go back here. You back here. We'll just respell dump. Damn, that's really killer, though. Bless up, dude. Bless up. Do I slam this? These suffixes are so bad. But, yeah, nope. Now that's gone. Now it's absolute trash. Oh, I could corrupt. That's true. I could corrupt the boots. So many things to corrupt. So little will to do it. Sorry, boys. I might need those. Depending on what res I need. Someday, though, Marshall will corrupt them. Oh, nice rolls, dude. Nice roll. Yeah. More. Nope. That ain't it. So funny. Breach is like the best place to upgrade my character. So many normal magic and rare drops. Nutty, dude. Like, I gotta make sure I don't lose breaches. All right, we've got one right here. We'll just do it when I come up on him, I guess. Charge staff. I'm meditating before battle. Dude, look at this, another one. There's another breach right here. Jesus, bro. Go. This is I'm enjoying it while I can, okay? I'm enjoying it while I can. I know there ain't much time left with my baby. Free Herald Chain proliferation. Oh, come on, there's gotta be more. There. Yes. One more blink. One more good blink. All right. Okay. That was pretty good. What is this? Failed mask? Oh, no. That's trash. I'm getting excited over nothing. It's like, oh, unique?
The dreamer provides.
Before I forget, we'll do the ritual. Sure, dude. Yeah, it's 80%. It'll do something good. Definitely won't regret corrupting it and lose all that additional resistance. Yeah, I mean, I can just tank that. That's like a slot I can just tank. I lose ES, but it could free res up for Hoa, because I do need extra suffixes. I need to replace lightning res and int on my gloves. Int is going to be a huge pain in the ass, to be honest. Might even go back to that int ES amulet I got on like day... Dude, that felt like day 2 of SSF. It's insane to hit that. It was super clutch till I hit a rarity amulet. Sorry. Rarity's king. Look at that. Okay, don't look anymore. Don't look. Remind, take it back. How long is the stream going to be? Well, they're talking in a podcast. So I imagine it's probably going to be like 2 hours. They're going to have a little video. There's going to be some setup. They're going to say, check, check, check. Thank you. You know, that's probably going to be like 20, 30 minutes. And then they're going to talk for like hour, hour and a half. I don't think they're going to... This isn't going to be like a 4-hour sit down, I don't think. Right? That would be kind of crazy. Okay. I'm not missing nor forgetting breaches, right? I don't think so. Imagine it is, though. That's even... They announced that. Yeah, we're gonna have a... we're planning for a 3 to 4 hour discussion with Gazzy and Darth about the future direction of Path of Exile. Oh my god. Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. Dude, that would be the shiver in the spine. Damn, I really did hit that 2% breach node. Hell yeah, brother. Well, if I miss the hand, then the hand's gone, dude. I got a monster to kill. It would be nice if they announce Nemesis 2 as the first league. You want rares to have even more annoying modifiers right now? You're looking forward to a Nemesis 2? In PoE 2? I don't know. I don't think they're doing leagues like that either. Not for PoE 2. That was not Widow Hail. That's a PoE 1 early development kind of league. You know what I'm saying, right? We added
I don't care about the
mods to
streamer
rare
interview.
monsters.
Who is Tripolar Bear?
14-month already, damn son.
Who is that? Moo? Hey, thank you, dude. Is it really 14? I appreciate it, bud. Welcome to the Bloodbath waiting room. Yo, what is this? Dude, I think I Greater Essence this. T8 Flat Lightning, some 30 res? Golly. Is that it? My future out of crappy unset hell, just so I can fit auras in. I'm picking up more silk slippers. I don't know why those aren't highlighted. I guess it's probably because I had boots that are really good, and it's almost like the only boot upgrade I'm really going for is going to be 35 move speed after this. Like, to hit a boot upgrade at this point, that was crazy. To change that to move speed, have double res, and still good ES. Bow nanners, bro. Bow nanners. Yeah, versus another one like this. Let's just portal out dump inventory. Off-brand Diablo. Hey, man. Better than the real deal. That wasn't good, was it? Alright, I am gonna greater essence this. I only have one cold one. Fizz, no. Mana, life, no. I mean, this can hit a big prefix or a big suffix, and both of them are pretty cool. Oh, dude. If this could hit another... Dude, I'd need... If I had attributes, I almost would have done it. I need int. Dex wouldn't be bad. Another res that's not chaos wouldn't be bad. Wish me luck, boys. I close my eyes, I click, I believe in the vision, and I open my eyes to see what the vision brings. Flat cold? I don't care. T2, it's still flat cold. Now I'm crying. Alone in my bedroom. Alright. I mean... Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Damn, dude, I'm hitting cold res everywhere. I'm getting big cold on everything right now. I can't even do this because I'm going to give up my rarity there. But look at this. I have fire cold, cold lightning. God, everything is just like... It just ain't the res combo, dude. I need int. I need int. Dude, I'm going to be out of portals for this map. What the I almost got to stop portaling out after this. I'm not even wasting them. That's crazy.
Surge.
Oh, what is this? We got one more. Get to evac one more inventory of random bases. It's funny though, dude. This map get hella random side grades. Different reses I'll probably need at some point. Yeah, it's like this unset and then my belt are so bad right now. No! One more blink, please. I guess that was done anyways.
The dreamer provides.
You think... What are you thinking on the value of Sekibas versus invitation farming? Here... I was curious what you're thinking. The value of Sekiba versus invitation farming? I don't understand your question. You just... I don't know which one's going to be worth more. It's probably wait and see, but you say invitation, I mean... You probably just mean bosses. I think boss farming is probably really tight on margins because there's a Brazilian builds that one-shot Zesh for and other bosses. So where you make your money on stuff like that is probably going to be carries or lucky, you know, good rolls on jewels and stuff like that. Good corruptions on the random uniques you get. And you gotta be prepped for... you gotta be prepped for the long haul. Excuse me. Sneeze right in the mic. Right all over you. Alright, no more normal and... Magic staves. Dude, we can't evac anymore. So sad. What is the belt I want outside of utility? Is it this one? Charge charm views. Yeah, kinda. Alright, was that it? Are we done with breaches now, or do we have like a whole nother half of the map? What is that? 240 splinters. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Dude, that tornado scares me. Thing takes damage way too damn fast. What an eventful map. Oh, there's another. We still have one more. At least one more. Hell, we'll see. Oh, nope, another one. At least 2 more. I wouldn't even be surprised if I missed one in this map. Shit. Dude, there's another. And another. It just keeps going. Oh my god, did I another. Alright, this one's done. Let's go. Wait. No! -1 rare monster. Alright, there is I only have 1 more portal left for this map. Jesus Christ. Let's just do it up. One more. From now on, the max breach is 5. Get out of here. Shut up. Don't joke like that, dude. Not funny, dude. That's fucked up, man. You don't say that. This was incredible, though. What a lovely map. Dude, I'm missing hands. Over it. Screw it again. Well, I'm full buffed. Let's just get him. We got another 2 left. Hey, don't be slowing me.
Lightning!
Now imagine if I had another 10 movement speed. Oh my god. Yo, where are my hands? Oh shit, it's just up. That's it. That's all that's left. Alright, last rare. Beautiful. Alright. Okay, 2 more. I'm almost turning my filter off. I'm actually not going to be able to see in a sec. Life is good. Nature is healing. What a great map to have right before patch note announcement stream. Hopefully, I'm not looking back at Remembrance. I'm looking forward to getting it again. Oh, up 100%. Oh no! Get out of my way! Bless, we hit it. Dude, I can't see. Is there 1 more left? I'm meditating. Was that it? Is just ritual left? I think that's it, right? I lost count. I think we're good. Is there one all the way in the bottom? Oh, nope, there's one left. Sorry, there's one left. Dude, I lost my storm staff, arch staff too. Okay, can I just like look for the hands? Do I really need the filter to see them?
Shock!
Yeah, I kind of do. But then again, can I even see? Holy shit. Yeah, no, there's no way I'm seeing. All good. Okay, now back to the top. Yes. No, is that it? Dude, I feel like I'm owed more loot. Okay, was this really... That was it?
The dreamer provides.
The dreamer provides. The dreamer provides, boys. The dreamer provides. And don't you forget it. Dude, okay. We're gonna chill on the stabs. I've done enough stabs. The rest of this space is for catalysts. And currency. Okay, and a scalper jacket. And a scalper jacket. I will definitely pick those up. Yo. Oh, that's hybrid. That's hybrid. Nope, nope, nope. A ways off. Still a ways off. Alright, I gotta stop looking. It's not that good. I saw 100, but it's hybrid. Yeah, I swear, my filter's normally pretty good about not showing too much stuff. Fuck. Okay, no, we got one more portal. There's another portal left. There is still one left. I can come in and clean up through all the stabs. Holy bro. I almost want to press alt. I'm gonna crash if I press alt. Alright, we pick up loot. Later. Okay, those boots. Those boots are highlighted for 35 move speed potential. Do I have room for splinters? Dude, I already got I have a whole breach stone from this map so far. What the What the hell?
Fate is on my side.
Bless, dude, bless. Thank you. Whoever made that 10%, what is it, 2% chance for 10 breaches? Bless your soul. Oh, dude, I want to pick those up, corrupt them. I'm not pressing. Wait, this happened to you on Crypt? That's rough. That's really rough. 10 Crypt breaches. Is that the juice? No, dude. I guess that sucks. And I don't need this. Let's just get waystone splinters and I don't know, dude. Iron ring. There's even just rare stabs I need to come back and scoop up. Especially Gothic. Deployed a small ban wave because of account sharing. That would be, I hope. That's the dream, bro. Something subtle. That's totally fine, dude. You don't have to make it a big spectacle. What's this? A solar amulet? Why is it looking like that? All right. I have a portal left, right? Right. I'm not leaving all this behind. I'm gonna make sure. Somebody go to my hideout. No, we're good, dude. We're good. Oh, I should have been keeping track of exalts too. Dang, man. Should I have swapped? Should I have swapped my amulet to my MF amulet for this map? Oh my god, dude. If I... Oh, I could have had... Dude, I missed... Alright, what did we get? Oh, I didn't even do the ritual. There's one more. Glow Swarm of Mana Flasks gain charges. That's a big ring, dude. Wowzers. Alright, I got 1.5 breach stones, just about. Jesus. 17 exalts is what I picked up here. That was what, 4? Probably got like 30 something X. Yo, not bad, dude. Not bad. Pretty good, pretty good. Actually, can you ID all my stuff? Thanks. Oh. Crit hits ignore res. Wow. That's cute. For non-monks, I guess. Oh yeah, dude. Now, what time is it? Is it almost time? Holy crap. Dude, that map took forever. As a player who gets excited when one exalt drops, this is disgusting. That's funny. Hey man, that's all good. This is an SSF, alright? You can get here too, bud. Just have a little rarity. Just have a little rarity on your character. I don't even have that much. I think I'm at like 47 rarity, something like that. I ain't that crazy at all. That's gone. Ah, 2 crit chance. Is that really all that gets me excited? I suppose. Sorry, boys. I gotta do it. I need one more staff upgrade. Oh, but I don't have enough room to take out all the crappy rares. I'm just gonna have to pile them up. Do I want this one? This is not Inspire Joy. Let's do Ritual. Yeah, I didn't meditate before starting this. I was waiting to just like be forced to log out. Oh my god, I didn't even look. Look at my fucking XP bar, dude. What did I start at? What did I start at in this map? I'm almost halfway through my level already. Whoa. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. God, I hate seeing like reduced something on body armors. It's so gross. Nobody wants to see that, dude. Dude, T4 shield. I'm logging in. I'm logging in. Hybrid? Okay, that's small. A very, very, very small. I mean, there's a very, very, very small chance. Yeah, that's just gone. Ain't even worth it. All right, was that it? Was this it? I think this is it. Okay, I can actually, I'm just gonna pick up a couple of the Gothic bases for the recycle bin. The rares, at least. I know I dropped some back here. The one nice staff that comes with some extra base crit. Alright, I'm done. What do we got? A Chaos Orb on Deferment. That's probably it. I don't, you know, maybe I could just like Regal the Bow and hit nothing. Dude, what an awful second window. How disrespectful, dude. Truly goes to show how bad some League mechanics are. Am I right? Am I right? Alright, just had to check the GGG stream. They're still not live. Still waiting. Still waiting. Dude, this hybrid sucks so much donkey. There's no way these exalts hit. Yeah, that's a dumper. +1 max cold res. Wow. What does this one have? Nothing. All right, big upgrades, dude. Big upgrades.
Hello.
I have 0 currency. What build should I play? You should play Monk, man. It's really fun. Even when you have nothing. Definitely boot her up, my brother. Okay, that map was because I was playing Monk. The 1,000,000,000% pure Monk. Damn. What was this? Play, pack. Are we out of the rarity maps? Unlucky, dude. I mean, pack size not bad, but... whatever. Let's just do it. There's not much time left for the stream. I'm checking, though. Still not live. There's a bunch of yappers, though. There's a ton of yappers and copy pasta yappers. I'm actually very educated. What is this? Is this real? Who did this? Tell me you're uneducated without telling me you're uneducated. Who said... What was that in reply to? And then that guy typed in absolute storm. Wait, what was that in response to? I'm actually a very educated friend, currently working on my master's degree, lol, and I study literally this crap called human behavior in my major, and it's just baffling to me. Like, it makes more sense to buff underperforming roles or builds than to just nerf all builds till there is 0 super strong builds, so I just don't get it unless you care about hardcore leaderboards or league leaderboards, which is like only the logical scenario to care, which I can guarantee statistically like 70%. Okay. That's troll, right? I can't... We're so far gone as a society, I can't even tell, man.
Foul creature.
That is the song, okay? You're gonna have to deal, bud.
The dreamer provides.
Good uniques for which late game? Yeah, what witch build, my brother? You gotta tell us. There's not just like a unique you put on every... But there are some good uniques you could use, depending on what you're playing. But yeah, unless you just want... Yeah, exactly, like the ingenuity answers or, you know, the most generic milquetoast. You know, put this on every single build type beat. Dude, yo, Fizz, tier 6 Fizz. That's not even that crazy. It's just one big number. I still need a couple big numbers. Did I just regal this? I have a greater Fizz essence, but... Oh, dude. There's no way in hell that hits. And I only have one. I'm gonna waste it on a staff. Dude, it's time for a regal. Oh my god. T5 flat Fizz. Un momento, por favor. Oh my god, dude. Actually, what a crazy map for just like running around picking this stuff up. What the hell? Haven't even found my breach yet. I'm just like IDing while clearing. Nice, nice. Is that more Fizz than what I got if I juice it? Is that 100? Oh no. Oh wow, dude. Tier 7 flat Fizz. Is this just low rolls? I can divine it. I can fix it, dude. I can fix this staff. Yeah, the ultimatum shield. That could be pretty good. Tier 9 flat lightning. With random crappy flat Fizz. Well, that's not it. I mean, I say that, but every other mod hits, then okay. There's a chance. Do minion builds use Temporalis? That's not a monk question. I don't know, dude. I'm gonna say probably not. Dang, dude. Only one breach in this map. My receptors, they've been reset. Oh, this goes nowhere. What am I doing? Let's loop it around. Alright, I gotta stop. We need to go to somewhere else. There's gonna be so many monsters down. Oh, dude, there wasn't even that many. They're probably all up here. I baited myself. Ah, that's these. Okay. Yeah, do not play another minion build, SSF. Unless they fix the AI. They could fix minion AI. It could happen. Wow, dude, big. I can't wait to take Augs and Transmutes back off my filter. Soon, dude, soon. Actually need to pick these up and ID them for recharge. Or like a T, like 4 roll or something. Let's get that a little bit higher now. All right, boys. We're 15 minutes out. 15 minutes. Somebody ring the dinner bell. The boys come home. We're so back, or we're so Jover. I mean, it can't. How Jover could it get, though? For real. How?
No escape.
Realistically, not with the Doomer glasses on. I mean, it could be pretty Jover, but what are the odds? All right, let's not go tempting the gods. Oh, this is one of those maps, huh? Is it just this guy? God, I hate this guy. I'm just gonna call it an incomplete map. It sucks. If he has mana, donut again. None of my bells are getting put in the right position. I hate big bosses so much. Alright, that was really sloppy and slow. I'm just not used to that. Why is it so much a pain in the ass to just get my bell? To not be so fucked. Just put it like on my character or something. I don't know. Maybe make bell. Yeah, I don't know. Especially if I'm like using Tempest Flurry and being moved up. Like, dang, yo. But whatever. It's only a few bosses that are like that. Really suck ass. Not a bad map though, other than that. Dude, even got a rarity. 2 rarity. Yoink. And rares have extra mod. Wow, magic chest. Alright, what are we doing with this? It's slamming time, boys. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. Nope, we need crit chance. Okay, this is just gonna be Chaos Orb. I hope for at least Ellie attacks or a big flat. Wow. Okay, this is just a staff that gets 30 Chaos Orbs blown at it until it just fucking explodes. Alright, probably not though. All of that work In vain. Oh my goodness. 13 minutes. There's time for another map. We got time for... Oh, dude, the fattest mire you ever done seen. Is that it? Damn, a Vol Foundry. Missed me with that. Otherwise, we got grottos, springs, a backwash. Don't remember if that's even good. Let's do that one. Farm ritual. Yep. I'm gonna get Hoa, and obviously that would be next, if anything. No internet jail playing Pokemon Pocket. Hopefully they don't nerf Temporalis for all the trade players who have it. I don't think they should be thinking about anybody when they nerf things. It's early access. I think they probably spent too long not nerfing things over Christmas vacation for people to get used to builds just randomly getting nuked. I think that was a mistake. There's things that definitely should get nuked. I'm not saying Temporalis, but, right, they should not be thinking like, oh, well, I wouldn't want to, you know, for someone who just, like, what, you know, now they can't nerf anything, right? I can't be how early access operates. I actually hate this shrine so much. Gives me worse explosions than Herald of Ice. Now that I'm not playing it, I hope they nerf Warrior again. Don't fix the entity and the overlap of explosion effects and AoE and whatever. Honestly, just nerf cultists. For all time's sake. For all time's sake. Just one last time. Just get us a good meme for the road. It'd be a funny one. They can nerf things gradually. It's not like the majority of uniques are viable at endgame. Nerf things gradually. So... What do you mean, right? Like, there are things that just like have to be fixed, right? Like, there's no gradual. There's heavy hand. You don't gradually nerf something that is like allowing you to splash damage off of more than 100 vines. And if you do too many vines, then you crash your instance. There's no gradual for that, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff that just has to go. If you want to say like base monk, yeah, like base, right? Like base monk, maybe just like tone down ailment threshold, and then, you know, if we need more than that, maybe like damage, right? Like make it where maybe you've got Giga Dam, but, you know, you're not just like instantly freezing into electrocute into stun for like every boss. Okay. There's a lot of stuff that isn't just, you know, a little something. Like Archmage Spark, that can't remain in the game. That's gotta go. Alright, that's crazy. Where Archmage is just, like, how you do every spell is just Archmage. Like, they need to have more things, right? But, yeah, holy moly, bro. Some of this is just, like, nuts. I say as a Herald Abuser, but I say that as an ethical Herald Abuser, okay? An SSF Herald Abuser. Also with Porcelain, alright. It ain't just like everything gets off screen. Okay, I've got to get up there, alright, for the boss, for single target. I gotta use my bell a few times. Okay, I've got for some boss. Right, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's gotta go, dude. Not probably base build things. Some of the freaky interaction stuff. Walls, vines, player spawned things should probably not be coded as entities that you can overkill with your Hammer of the Gods on to just quadruple its damage. That's probably, I don't know, man.
Fate is on my side.
Like, is that a... Do they think that's, like, nice and cool? They're like, dang, that's a sick interaction? Or they think, oh, shit, fuck, fuck, fuck. Can you actually? Oh, my God. How did we not catch that? Guys, do I believe that this is a... Wow. Oh, this is evasion ES. Double... It's got 30 move speed, life, double res. I mean... Oh? And an extra suffix? Let me just fill that up. Let me just fill that up quick. Wow. Bless. I didn't even close my eyes, dude. I cheated on that one. What the... My bad. Is this a double breach, though? Is it worth? Are we feeling it? I'm not... I don't feel like this is a double or triple one. My energy shield... Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't use those boots. It's huge life, no ES with evasion, but... Hey, man. If there's a change coming... If we gotta swap things up and... emphasize energy shield a little less, then so be it. This is not it. There's so much space for the potential of another breach. I'm not getting that purple little swirly though. If they nerf Archmage without giving better scale spells options, it would be despair. Well, Archmage just needs to be nerfed straight up. It doesn't have to be like removed, but it provides too much. Damn, 46 splinters that map, for real? Pierce, attack damage, blind. I don't think I need... We don't need that. That's cool though. There's not attribute mod on unset. Yo, if it hits fat int, that's cool, but it's like a 1 in 3. I guess it's not the worst odds. 40 lightning res. 4A. 4A. With int? Dex int lightning res? I mean... Huge flat... Dude, flat fire to attacks? That's really nice. That's actually really good. If I replace my staff, I don't need that there for Bell anymore. No rarity, but it's nice to have stats. That is real nice. What was that? 40 lightning res. If I take this off, I still need some int for sure, but hey, them res are looking pretty good. Not fire. Not fire res though. But the other ones... What was my rarity amulet? Could almost even put that back on. Oh shit. Wait, is it live? Oh shit, I forgot. Wait, what time is it? What time is it? Oh, we got 5 minutes. All right, we got 5 minutes. No, that was good timing. All right. They're live.
I told y'all to run that. Come on.
No, it's fine. It's just a pre-roll. They're not going to do ads past this on the PoE channel. All right. 5 minutes. They're probably just doing the yappy set stuff up. All right. Geez. I probably don't have ints still. Yeah, that's going to be replaced. Is my res... Is this doable with this res? This doesn't feel too doable. Yeah. Where's that other one? I have a giga int. All right, 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Are they actually just
One
restreaming?
last time, just in case this ends up happening for the people that are watching. In 4 minutes, we're going to begin a reveal. The reveal will be a video that will play out revealing everything that is coming. After that, there will be an interview in which we'll be interviewing Jonathan and Mark, the game
directors. Is that too loud for you guys?
Game. We have questions, about 70 questions long.
It doesn't even affect your volume at all.
It's
for me.
It's a 2-hour interview, so I'm sure some of these will not
2
be
hours
asked just due to the brevity of the interview. With that being said, all of these questions, except me asking a question about Blight and Druid and Gazi asking a question about minions, are all taken from the audience. So we are just basically taking questions that the audience wants to see and directly handing them over to the devs at this point.
I'll probably like make.
Where did my camera go?
Intro
What is happening?
Sure.
as well, so that gets to the VOD as well.
Wait, what happened to my camera?
There will be a VOD of this on YouTube.
What the?
Obviously, the Twitch VOD will be here too. On GOTY's YouTube channel, he will publish the video afterwards. It's hosted here, and then it goes to his YouTube VODs. There is currently a storm in Alaska because I am stuck in this terrible place. That is happening, and my power is flickered 3 times. So in the scenario of the power going out here, and of course, no other day but
Oh my
today
god,
if
it was
I
the
had any
cat cam
storms.
button.
If that happens, you can watch it on Ghazi's TV's channel. The main PoE channel is restreaming my stream. So if my stream goes down, their stream's going to go down. So you would have to go to Ghazi in that scenario. And then he would carry on the interview from there. That's everything. Starts in 2 minutes.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out where I want to even put this. Does it? There's not even much to watch. We'll full screen for the whatever the reveal is, but for the interview, I'm just gonna keep blasting.
Look, I don't care about the streamer interview. Who is Tripolar Bear?
32 months.
Screw you,
Love
bro.
you long time.
I love you too, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, big fire res. Tons of attributes and energy shield.
There's a chill in the air.
No rarity. No rarity on the build then.
You nervous?
Are you nervous? Yes. Come on,
really.
bro.
We've done it a few times with especially with these guys as well.
Yeah.
Not really nervous.
They're absolutely nervous for the reveal.
It's always a lot of pressure when it comes to making sure that we make sure the community's heard.
They are a billion% a little nervous.
It's like not nervous, but
all right, gear to fuck around with.
Concerned that we're not going to be able to do community justice.
I mean, pretty much all the questions.
Oh
are
my
from the
goodness.
community, so.
Yeah, so we'll do with everything we can and then some.
Okay, 1 minute. Just remember, mute your mic when we go faux.
1 minute.
Yep.
Why are they saying, dude? Why are they talking like that?
Will do.
All right, all right. Here we go. All right, all right. They're gonna. Here we go. Here it is. All right, all right. Okay. All right. Buckle up. Buckle up. Okay. Dude, it's too much cold res. I need more rarity slots.
Okay, 1 minute. T-minus 1 minute, boys.
Check Discord.
Check Discord. Check your DMs. Check DMs. Yo, Darth, check DMs. Check DMs quick. Darth. Darth, can you check your DMs quick?
Okay. Oh, also, there will be, after the video release in 40 seconds, there's going to be like a 5-minute downtime while we get technical stuff set up. So it's going to be on like black screen, just so you guys know, for a few minutes. But that's like pretty normal. So just heads up for the people watching. Okay.
Yeah, award wins, by the way. Thank you.
Seconds,
all right, we're full screening. We'll full screen. Full screen.
As soon as I play the video here in 10 seconds, you're going to need to let me know. I will have to open the chat for this here. You guys are going to need to let me know how the audio is. Okay, if it needs to go up or down, just as a heads up.
Sounds good, dude.
Okay, with that being said, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and
how long till stream
go.
starts? 1 second.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, we're back from our break. We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next. Now, later this week, we'll be releasing PoE 2 0.1.1. This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet. In this video, we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified, and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly, or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping. We've made a lot of changes here. First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts.
Yeah?
You should generally find maps more rewarding than before.
More
maps
rewarding?
Generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players.
Hey, what is this? I've not seen this
tower. We only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible.
What?
So we've added 4 more tower maps.
What?
Alpine Ridge.
That's cute.
Sinking Spire.
These look so much better.
Bluff,
Bluff? That's going to be my favorite. I can already tell.
and Mesa.
Okay, never mind. It's Mesa. Never mind. I take it back.
We've also redone the existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring.
What? They already redid it?
We're now also spawning more maps with bosses. The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate. We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool.
Okay. Oh, that's huge for map
Strongboxes
sustain.
also needed some love.
That makes
they now
Waystones
spawn monsters
free.
faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them. Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had
Oh God,
too
dude,
much
Warrior looks
clutter,
awful.
preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to
Still.
be unable to see and dodge them. We've both changed the level of clutter on some maps, and has changed some effects to
this
make
build?
sure that they are always visible.
What is this warrior
In addition,
build?
Elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved. Stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies.
Yes. Nice.
Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode.
Okay, okay.
Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas,
Yes.
gonna pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel.
Oh.
And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it.
Thank you. Thank you.
For other in-game content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards
Leaks?
in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the Expedition and Ritual bosses.
Okay.
For Ritual, we've made Omens now appear in the Ritual Tribute window.
What about the
60%
monsters doing
more
that
often.
annoying thing?
For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops. We'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on.
All right, hold on to
And
your
one of the major
expedition
concerns that
for
we're
the
often
patch, I
seeing is
guess.
that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long, and that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss.
Here we go, boys.
In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away.
Oh, what?
This makes them much easier to find.
That's crazy.
To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone in your
Oh.
party will be respawned at the same time.
6 is
Leaving the map
crazy.
still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right?
I like that. I really like that. I appreciate
Now,
that so
we'll also
much.
be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as well over time. Another thing
That's
that
really
players
nice.
have noticed is that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out, though, that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses.
That's funny.
A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realize that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch, we are buffing a lot of uniques. These changes should
we
make
can look
finding
at this
uniques at
later.
lower levels a lot more fun, and make
They're just more
subsequent character
powerful.
playthroughs more fun too when you have some great uniques to use.
More powerful leveling uniques for twinks.
We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity.
Yo, what?
Another
That's
change we're
crazy.
making is to make it so that socketables such as
Yes!
runes can now be overwritten with another socketable. Now, as
My
we continue
goodness.
to play, we still
They
find
did
many
it.
balance anomalies
The
with
bad
specific
lads.
monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save
Not
the
so
full list for the
course.
patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silver Fist Commander roll now does a lot less damage. Plague Bearers Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing.
Oh, bless, bro.
Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals, and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off-screen either, as well as many other changes just like those. One of the big issues for players on consoles is
console?
that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't
Console?
use item filters like the PC users can. For 0.1.1, we'll be enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the PoE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website.
Respect, bro.
This patch
Thank
also
you.
contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate.
Shout out for the console
Like
gamers.
buffing armor and scavenged plating.
Buffed armor?
Showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger.
The song of the exiles.
Fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town.
Chills.
And plenty of other
Actual
little fixes and
chills.
improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the
Yeah.
balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to
Here
that.
we go, boys. Here we
But
go, boys.
Those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in.
Wait, what?
That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime, we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing.
All right.
I hope to be doing more of
That's
these
hilarious.
in the future.
Oh,
Later.
we're good. Everything's fine. Everything's untouched.
All right, so there you have it. Pretty awesome.
That's crazy.
We are now
Okay.
going to call them, get them
Nothing.
ready for the
Nothing.
interview. So we're going to go to a screen here that is a
Wow.
be right back, be right back type of screen here. You will hear no audio, and it will just be a blank screen for probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an
Just- yeah.
interview about what we just saw. So give us one moment here.
Audio testing and prep. He didn't even... That's funny. Okay. All right, back to breach farming. Man, they're really, geez. I mean, on one level, I get it. Right? Like, they don't want to nerf someone's build. They don't want to, kind of just like F someone over in the early, blah, 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 blah. But like, damn, like, dude, what? Like, nothing? Like, I get, right? Like, you could tone some things down. It is early access. They said they're ready. I imagine what is going to happen is there's going to be a lot of bug fixes. Like things like the overlapping entity overkill with trample toe or explosions or just like splash or whatever it is. Stuff like that's probably getting bug fixed. But Archmage, I guess, unless there's a bug there where it made Archmage do more damage and then they fix it, right? Like, that's it, dude. That's it. Ban Elon. No nerfs or buffs? What do you mean? They're buffing armor, among other things. We'll see what the patch notes bring. I can't imagine I can't imagine he's going to talk about every single thing, but... Alright. We're going to keep doing breaches. I'm not changing any gear stuff, right? No, we're good. Armor buff, that's nice to hear, though. Might even make it super good to swap my stuff off of meditation. Grim Feast is unchanged, boys. Damn, everything's unchanged. Herald's unchanged. I expected something. Yeah, man. Maybe they'll talk about it. Oh, what is this? I've got no abilities on my hotbar again. Okay, I guess that's what happens when I take some gear off and have to put it back on. All right, here we go. Yeah, I think there's things that'll get bug fixed. We'll see though, who knows? Maybe he just didn't want to list like every single thing he wanted to do. And there's going to be a lot of changes in the patch notes. Oh my, dude, what? What was that? Is this a Giga minus max map?
Of audio now. Hello, everybody.
Okay.
So here we are. Let's
Damier,
just real quick, now that we have the audience here.
Archmage is absolutely
I'm
an
gonna
issue.
have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
There can't
Hi,
be
I'm Jonathan
one
Rogers,
way
game director on Path of Exile 2.
to scale
Sir,
everything.
Mark.
Same
Hi,
with
I'm
stat
Mark.
stacking.
Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
That's
Again.
insane.
All right, and then lovely co-host Gazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Gazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we're gonna keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host Darth Microtransaction and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games. How are you guys
What's
doing?
going on, boys?
Oh, doing great. I mean, like it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again. As much as it can be painful sometimes, but it's real good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit, not too long, but just a little bit, and now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas.
I bet.
But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
It
Lots to nerf.
It seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're just doing last week and this week. Like we try to move fairly quickly when we can. But the thing now is of course going to be like. One issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state we like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having the larger kind of like content patch after that.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through.
Hello?
Is questions collected
Are they lagging?
almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple of light for some reason questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things.
I gotta finish this breach.
But
Is
most
it
of the
me?
questions
Oh, it's
will be
me.
taken
It's the
from
breach.
The actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off, so don't waste anyone's time. And
Hold
we're
on.
going to start with
After
the
this
question
breach, I'm
saying
closing
which
it.
of the changes that has been showcased
It's
was
me,
the
it's
team
me, it's my
most
bad. It's
excited
fixed,
to
though.
be
I'll
able
fix it.
to
I'll fix it.
announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously, while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing.
Why?
Yeah, which is exciting in its own to see how much
At the
more we
same
can
time?
improve how many people having a good time. So
Yeah. So I mean, that's good, but yeah, really, it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing
just
thing. It's like it's all just like
listen.
let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
So
Good perspective.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful. Say Breach, which is
I was gonna do audio only
in its own universe of craziness right now.
I don't want to just watch it for
the
2
idea
hours.
is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial. what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have the small be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, you know, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors, it doesn't really care if the map is large or small.
So Breach small?
You know, having those different kind of axes is really interesting where you are thinking about that as you go. Now, people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on, like, this map's really good and this map isn't. And we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually...
Well, what is it? Anytime I open a mechanic, I'm so sorry. Just give it a sec.
...had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character, like, is this map actually fun or not, right? And the end game is we've got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play and be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that in-game had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small, bad, more familiar with PoE1, were just like happily sustaining maps, and so you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So 2 follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Vow Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put that way?
I guess ideally, like if so, I mean, there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, like, we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it like so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So I mean, I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Like obviously you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But a lot of that contributes to, like, this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that, yes, are just like, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then again, now using this other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're going to have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less, screen clearing AoE centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, more rare monsters. They've got, I don't know, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every 2 seconds.
The bad case of this though is definitely the tower map, because it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is like not a good situation. So hopefully we've addressed that one. Like that was really urgent to address because it's like because it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and You can't see them, and it's a narrow bottleneck, and you have to run in and just die.
Am I lagging again?
Yeah, even so, like obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which has like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Better visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps
open.
A lot. Yeah.
Less tight bottlenecks. Still they're still relatively narrow here and there, but much better to clear.
Mm-hmm.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's sustain? So you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback later there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone Sustain as such. So that means we have to look into if people say that there is, and that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having as we're playing ourselves. And like so there's always this thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision about what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone Sustain, and so that's like, and this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like that's the thing you can do, and killing bosses will give you upgrades and so on. Like that'll help with that. But I guess I sort of like I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that someone who.
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty in dying, and it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. I mean, even 10% of your maps, it can make that difference. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But from a purely anecdotal standpoint of my own, I try and I'm going to see how it is for myself, and I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. So we have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and, failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out. But effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of wealth that you've found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And that is on us because we need to adjust that so that you you only start effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. Like there's quite a lot to that. And that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time because it's going to require some adjustments. But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that. And I don't know that we're quite ready to understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
Literally
Thanks
get
for
good.
The detailed answer. I'll throw
We're
it off to
push.
Ghazi for the next question.
Be prepared to get pushed back.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league... Sort of. I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions.
Hold on.
It is
them
kind
or
of
me?
intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so, you know...
Different that you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can, or sometimes don't, provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, you know, similar to, say, the instilling your amulet with a notable. You know, it's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content? But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. Like, you know, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that, even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, like,
yeah,
for sure.
it just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we were in a position where we were going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
Fair. I like that take. Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right? And other attempts to, or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to, why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. So it might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and like we were like, are we gonna, like, we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're gonna get time to do the others, so we'll just like promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. But yeah, effectively, there's like a little bit of trickiness around each one to like just work out all the states of everything. Like, I mean, if you're looking at like just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just, you know, someone has to do it, is like for the breach one, for example, we have to decide, like, okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, like, you can't reset the whole map, because then you'd get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's like, okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint on the thing, and that means you have to like do someone has to go write some code to like make the breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and, you know, it's just like random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that like it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just like, someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just, you know.
I'd say King in the Mist. King in the Mist will almost certainly be done, because it's an isolated boss fight in a room with nothing else going on. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that, like, you know, respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on, because that obviously can be quite destructive.
So yeah, it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we, you know, get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones. Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what happened?
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to so we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So yeah, as far as we could tell, it was just just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that like was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well, maybe, but the all of his little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, they, you know, when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected, and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die. And in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and those would then explode at the end of the phase 2. So you're like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people were just straight up like succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Like certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other 2. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating, like, I think it's 1 billion different blocks, and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that, just to test this specific Citadel case. And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the three things. So
A billion is crazy.
the three citadels.
Speaking of spawning citadels, did you
Yeah,
guys
bro,
happen to
we're
catch
pretty
any of
sure.
the conspiracy theories related to, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous.
Oh my god, he's
Whatever.
laughing at us.
People come up with crazy things. I don't know. Yeah,
All right.
I can tell you. I see. The thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to just to bait the conspiracies. But yeah, no, there was nothing. There was nothing weird going on.
It
there.
is. It's just RNG. Like you have to. I did catch
it's
in the
just RNG,
video.
that's all it is.
It said closer to the centers, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So, but basically, all that is literally just that there. Where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate.
RNG.
And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell like where the that's like not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a citadel spawn like right next to where you start because that'd be ridiculous. Effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. We actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to
That
seeing them
fog
in the
change is
fog,
so
it was gonna be like,
huge.
oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before.
Yeah.
Seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving off the topic of Arbiter instead of those here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more detail?
Sorry, it wasn't mobs that I think because it was in the item section and maybe you misheard that slightly, but
Maybe I
the
did.
bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content. And effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out like there were some anomalies around like what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of like somewhat random things about like how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not like huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things like I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was like I can't remember the other changes.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill, on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still could
occasionally, but whatever. The point is like there was a few things like that were going on, and we effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about like high end, like high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not like mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
I can't wait for
just
those
for
lasers,
clarity's
dude.
sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, like tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the
can you
worst.
change that?
Sorry, yeah.
Get him to change that. Get him to change that, please.
It's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse directions in different contexts. Like,
that is annoying.
Yes, what I mean is whatever
This
the
is your
tier,
game.
the top tier
Change
of that
that.
mod is. In some cases, it was getting cut.
Understood.
Cut
How
out.
can
In fact,
you
I
find
worried
it
that
annoying?
even
It's
in
your
the
game.
article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that because I
What?
think in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards. So I need to.
He's
go and
even
fix that
fucking
after
it
we've
up.
done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow-up on that.
Yeah.
It is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there
What the
something you guys
fuck?
are considering?
Is there some way we could like name and organize these things so that you know it would be the number one tier?
Relatively soon, but again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this because we've got this whole T1 versus T random
the
number.
reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that. But then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway. I don't know. That was the original thinking behind that, but whatever. Like it might be less confusing if T1 meant. No, because the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird.
Stop.
So
Stop it.
yeah, I don't know. Like
Fair
probably.
enough.
We had no problem with this. This
Yeah, but
literally
just
was a
random small
non-issue
topic, but
for
just
years.
one of those
For
things.
years.
Understood.
Yeah.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, coming to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see asked for things like text, UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly
Black
need to do
Flame?
more there. I mean, yeah, like I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then tested and sort of that. So that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And you know, we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in the, this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. You know, people often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, what's a question that I was asking about? What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Well, I know you were saying, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness that surprised you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah, like I had my whole like, okay, obviously people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second, and then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, you know, when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, oh, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like
shit, bud.
I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster, because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like, oh, like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me. Well,
hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
I mean, the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs, and there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever. And so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then, obviously, there's going to have to be some changes because, like, you know, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that, like, we actually have an understanding now of, like, what a character should look like. And so ideally, when we do our first, like, true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally, it sort of there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset, because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that you know, in terms of like how it evolves that way. So yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer, but that is also what we're working on in the background as well. Is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing? that there's no nerfs coming in
Where's the echo?
this patch. Then is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
I mean,
We're safe?
there might be a few that relate to
Bug
things that are just
fixes?
completely screwed. But I don't. I mean, it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like that is not our goal. Our goal with this is like fix things that are annoying people and like make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of like the economic, sorry, not the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like.
Because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, people look into things I think a little bit too much.
It's like, got you.
There's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on.
Yeah.
Not on this patch. Just hold on. That was.
I do want to follow up
Anyway.
though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
Yeah, so there
or we
won't be.
looking at-
They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new leagues. What I don't want to
content
say is like
additions.
whether or not the league as so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there. But it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well as doing all the balance stuff and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be.
That could be the
now we
heralds.
obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or you know, something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now, you know,
like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not all right?
Yeah.
Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will
All
do.
right,
in
boys,
League
that's
Nerf
the
to
line.
address. But
That's the
ideally
line.
in such a way where it still leaves the build perfectly viable.
Yeah.
It's just that it's no longer completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So, like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two, we're generally just going to pull
Sell
the
'em
trigger
quick,
on
boys!
almost
Sell 'em
always.
quick!
We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly, you know, our fault, and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the
cares?
infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage, and then we make a note of it or like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But you know,
I guess it depends what we're
often
talking about.
protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are, you know, something we're going to do, and so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're nerfing, just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the you know, economy / league reset kind of point. Yeah.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. I appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question, then we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website.
Oh.
And we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it. And this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account that they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, through they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no like they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing. This was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Was something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the note afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. Bro. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened. But what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now, there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of PoE2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record like, all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that like, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now, we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they would somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that we totally fucked up here with like security stuff on this account. Like we're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, like we're going to audit and make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. All of that really, really sucks. And especially because, like, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't like easily find out what even freaking happened. So there's going to be more
Fucking
investigation
Elipen
and
maps.
working
I
out
can't do crit Elipen.
what's happening here. But yeah, that seems to be
Whoopsies.
what occurred.
So just to quickly, for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite like. Because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like, we just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But yeah, that was just really, really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our frickin' support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense. But yeah, like that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so it's kind of one of those things where we will do it, but we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? The two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's okay, so now you start to have to worry about what personal information can they give you, and then now it's storing personal information, and then what's the GDPR implications of that? And there's just it's just a whole rabbit hole of just random policy stuff that all kind of comes around to that stuff. Effectively, what I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts. You can bet on that. And that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there because the policy around that is you just walk in person to the frickin' guy. If you lose it, then you can physically deal with that, right? That one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, all the policy stuff around it and all of the just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything, so appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes, so if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.?
Right. So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So that's I think that it works. Things work the best when you've kind of got releases that are fairly large that have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where so we want to be able to do the balance patch addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that people actually come back and play it and that sort of thing as well. You need to be able to make enough changes and add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. So I can't exactly say a date or anything, but we're gonna rush for it, right? We're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just. Look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully, we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Another 4 breach map.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this. But I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times, because like, if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like, so there would be, okay, so imagine we release one act, right? It's like, how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Like, do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Like that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like, do you have Act 4? You can also play Act 1 or Act 4, or like, you know, like it's kind of just weird, right? And like, so like from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means like all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have like more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this like complicated like puzzle around this, and it's like, and what we kind of thought, like, there are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And yeah, it's honestly such a hard one, because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like, releasing the acts one at a time would be making content so much easier, because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like, it'll be so, and like also it just immediately makes the release feel really big, right?
Like, of course they
so like
do
that would
like
be
this.
something that we could do, but and it also would be good for our studio, because like there's this phenomenon that always happens.
The weapons
where, like,
come with ascendancies.
You say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it, then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, you know. So like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts, just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know, it's a bit of a tough one. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So yeah, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's, yeah, they're continuing to do that, as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier. Yeah.
All right. Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Yeah. Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called
another
State of Magic Find. Now, the perception has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity that he goes through, which is kind of showing that it's fine. So what do you guys think about Magic Find in its current state?
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what Rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like, we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like, it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then, so the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, like, compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that, like, anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all, and which is, like, a position you can take, and I don't know that I necessarily...
that is certainly a position you could take.
Agree with that position, but, like, you know, it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that, like, I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work. And ultimately, the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which, you know, like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So but I mean, that's kind of where it's at, really. There's definitely more to look into here, though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible. So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how, but then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like, we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things, and we pick the most, what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see, you know, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, you know, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, you know, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into this a bit more honestly to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. But I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
So a follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live, people like Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which,
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. I don't think it's been our primary concern, like, this week, because of the fact that, like, there's other things that we think, you know, like, we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like, that's the kind of, you know, our focus right now. Which, I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where, like, it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about. So yeah, that's, I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it.
It's always good.
How about
when they're
phrase
swearing
a question like this then? In PoE 1, item quantity was
I'm not gonna lie,
which affected currency. In
like he always just like me
2,
for real.
You now bake that into
yeah, I see what you mean. Yep, that's a very good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity. But you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency. It increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because, like, you don't care about, like, whatever transmutes are dropping. You only care about the higher ones. And so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but, you know, you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well, yeah, it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to, say, roll your maps effectively and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like, that's certainly a problem, in which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looks fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite.
That is
so how do you think about tackling that specific
cares
conversation when the perception
about reality
is completely opposite to what seemingly the reality
Just validate their
is,
feelings.
Right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure. No, well, absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, yeah, I sort of often say, you know, like, when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So speaking of
solid,
unhappy,
we'll think about it.
We're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion of the questions here. So, let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's many nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, Warrior's in a position where a lot of the people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-gameplay loop, or Warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, a first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in in-game?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
The campaign. I don't think it's just.
I do think that there is a problem in
totally fine
in game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution for you right now. But it's. We do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have that is a
and having reduced
axis
attack speed
that
on
every
your
other
tree.
cast speed or attack speed is a
tree?
multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed that every other class is getting,
right?
and the warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good in-game warriors that are certainly being played, and I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he hasn't used the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy, I'm going to do it regardless.
There are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it would take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. Aside from things like the Hammer of the Gods, just in one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're going to die in one shot no matter what. Things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers
Nobody
the
wants
offensive
Hammer to be
spectrum
buffed
for the Warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. And one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed and or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that there's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1. It matters more in PoE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where, like, white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1.
Yeah,
and that means that the
dude,
thing that armor is supposed to like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits. But sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with. And so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like, have to look into, but that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's there's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like that strength characters effectively need to have around defense, and so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
like wind dance is universally just better than scavenge plating, as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course.
You're not sustaining.
We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011.
15 times 0 equals 0. Oh, and then, somebody say it.
Yeah, a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider, that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield, and so like it's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and Energy Shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. Not to say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
It is.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and Mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor. It has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you can see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
It absolutely does not have the worst.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
Oh, what do they have?
You have shields.
They have hammer. You got hammer. That's right.
You are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Let's just sure.
Yep.
Okay. So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least like one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But yeah, there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much the ailments matter against the player, and you know, that's sort of something that
there's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. You know, the next time you get slowed, protect you from slows, and honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows. And so it doesn't even work against them, and like there's a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't
it's
aware
like,
of that one.
yeah, it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But I don't
think you get enough charm slots. Just like I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots. To be honest,
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had patched that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but
it didn't finish
honestly,
it.
we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players. At least it's like
just
you know, just an underwhelming thing that needs some love for
it is
sure.
when I get slowed. Okay.
So it's not exactly number in the top 10 of the hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
Following up on the charms there, any thoughts regarding adding more charm slots for uniques? Because it feels really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
So this is the whole like if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, you know, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well. So you don't necessarily have to, because like there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots. Plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now, and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way, yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's no harm in it now, at least.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move over to another topic, which is you know, speaking of belts and trading the unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we'll talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's Rogpog crafting. You're actually
Rogpog crafting
on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now. Unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can...
Oh, they got some plans. If he says that...
like one thing, of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting
cooking.
systems than PoE 1 just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then you know you're going to see less complexity there for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people...
There's a fine line there, and we're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of no one
was leaked by MP, wasn't it?
Like with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that like there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over, that's like determinism. And so that like
which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure.
Like,
So there's more stuff you can do there. But I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then, as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because crafting would always get you something better. Like that is a concern for sure. But I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to say about it.
Well, that being said, if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding,
the thing.
Well, I would say,
even Mark says
greater
things.
essences are too rare right now.
Oh, essences.
And what else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind ritual as opposed to core drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which need to think about it more and look more. But certainly there is the feedback of like, the crafting is too slot machiney, is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is, I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, but I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se, it's lack of options to craft with, because the slot machine crafting, we have that in PoE 1 as well. It's called Exalted, Divining, and whatever we're doing with the items.
Harvest.
It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly. Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items. Because right now you drop an item, and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind it, almost that's a different topic, which we're going to tackle in a bit here. We talk about trading, but the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means RNG in the next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of crazy systems.
That's pretty sick.
But we'll make sure that like. I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure, but because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem solving, designing, content created by more towards solving the problems, as opposed to, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content. And certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that for sure.
That's fair. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in the state that it is. But
guys, they're not adding the auction house, okay?
Problem of the market's economy being player based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items. and
Oh,
is
what?
only is
I guess-
representative
I
of
guess-
trade power in the community.
No, that's true.
And
That's
since
true.
there is
No,
no
that's true.
natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no
inflation.
divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items of, they're now, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now costs 50 divines if I'm going to use some exaggerated
What?
examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the
No,
price in
stop.
divines is going
Yeah,
up
the
as opposed to the
value
price
of a
the
divine is
the
going
value
up.
of a divine
Yes.
is
The
going up. Okay, for sure.
item value, yeah.
Sure. Well, I mean,
What?
there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, yeah, we just have to look at this and work
I
out
think
what we're going to
that was
use
worded a
to
bit
sync these
odd.
things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough
Like, the divines are going
like,
up because they have
things
value.
where you want to reroll mod values on, which, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well, I
Maybe
mean,
there's not enough?
we don't have enough unique items.
For sure, for sure.
We don't. We need a lot more.
We
which
do,
is,
we
is
do.
another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for an
And of course, the
entire
thing in
player
PoE1
base.
where things were priced in that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose. I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess
Yeah, of course.
Some, but not
Right,
many.
right, not
You
many.
knew it.
Yeah,
Well,
fair enough.
not many.
Astromentus.
Yeah.
Those are like the two
Yeah, it's just
main
the big
ones, I
ones.
think. Like, no one's going to pop
Right,
a
right.
divine orb on Avengers Gamble. So it's like, that's literally gambling.
Mhm.
But like in PoE1, we have the option of metacrafting being a
We're
currency.
not all just pretending they're
Yeah,
worth
yeah.
more.
More exalted. So it creates this natural
For
flow,
sure.
but also provides this crafting method for people to actually kind of help the state of crafting that people are looking for. Right now, they're omens, and because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that like even players that plays a lot. I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot with the subathon and everything. Like I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that
Well,
just
of
separates
course.
a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One
Right,
other
right, right.
one other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about. You're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
Dude, am I
I don't
finally
know that
done
I've
with
got
this
anything
map? Holy
particularly
hell.
like smart
This
to
is
say about
crazy.
this right now, honestly. Though, that would be the
Well, we
issue.
are at least making omens
No more
more
breaches,
common,
right?
so
Yes.
hopefully
yes,
that
yes, that was it. But I
helps
mean,
to
that,
some degree. But
yeah.
I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine syncs. And then I suspect the answer also is additional syncs of currency. Because I mean,
Fair enough.
I suspect it's a bit of everything here.
Okay. So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here.
All right, I
so
think
I'm
this map's on.
specifically
I think
going
we
to
did
go
it.
into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most. Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes. So where do you want those and essences in particular,
That's true,
especially when it
though.
comes to the
You guys
how
know anyone that does
often
boxes?
Essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that Endgame had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like let's say the ritual expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in endgame. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, either this, and then you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the things, stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the, you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important.
Divine orbs.
So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. You can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
like
about.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
Like
so
actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
Yeah. So yeah, like that there was a joke that we could release breach monster, reduce breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it because it would just result in less error messages for us. So you know, like there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want like what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them as better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. And there's probably a few more adjustments.
It's more about the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? I mean, simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1 we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations. So you probably know where I'm going with
so we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like we're not happy with how the quest. I mean, the quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger. It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like it just needs more of a feeling of
random ones. I mean like actual ones. You know, still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. The next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to endgame and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, oh that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly, and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting. And like in order for us to fix that, we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. So there'll probably just be more there at endgame just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a more. Yeah, like, and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more, basically, just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to endgame. Of like, it doesn't really feel like it. It really does feel very different. From campaign to endgame, and yeah, as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better, and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here, because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression, at least after you go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, it's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
You do actually, I mean, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly
people
powerful.
That think it's too juicy.
However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And, it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do, right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, all these things. We can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going, sure. So there's no, like, whereas the campaign's very story, it's like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything, and then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker, and, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into it based on the tutorialization. They're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff. And then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard and they're dying. And so, yeah, it's not as friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE1 players, it's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all.
It's not friendly at all, yeah.
That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this, and now I'm just, like, obliterating everything everywhere. And you don't have all those, like, story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just, like, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love.
Yes.
But, yes, for those who know how to do that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're, like, getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So, yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that, like, very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, kind of random stuff. You know, what am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And, yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, But again, PoE1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and
that was my alarm, my bad.
To continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people like know how the blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the game that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, one Porto? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one Porto feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one Porto state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one Porto defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if like the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're going to try and that's kind of where we came to. Like, well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something, because that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing. Like it really just does. To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like one death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as like, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
but you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think it's
there's
a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation. But you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of like generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not, ultra powerful. And then you get into maps, and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map, and you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from one map to another aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully, or like, not being so overzealous and whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
My blank is getting eaten.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that... So, I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map... we remove the extra content from the map. And it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like, so for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like, that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where, like, you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution.
You just get extra portals.
Because I really would prefer that, honestly.
Waystone,
it'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to like have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So like I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that. I personally
want to keep the one portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out. before compromising on the one portal. But yeah, it's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask. Yeah, I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right, like for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions. So let's get there, okay?
Minion AI, just say it.
Let's just dive into it.
What's
we're
the
going to
deal?
talk about ailments, damage with time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in PoE1 because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing, which was taken away from PoE1. So what's the reasoning behind this, and what's your thoughts on it?
Now that one.
Well, I can't remember the history of PoE1 too much, but I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer that the heavier the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get... It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters and everything else can't really scale them currently. And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE1 route where a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better.
You guys find this as a problem?
The problem is, I'd say that's, again, I mentioned the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier, where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and, you get into that kind of situation. So there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just
really
be like...
don't want that, I guess.
Implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
it's tricky because generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid... I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things. And I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in... you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE1, and it's like, this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're going to go and we're going to normalize everything, and I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get, like, as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like, we started with in PoE2 with a lot of things having, like, going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE1. And ideally, we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. It's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally, we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding. Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that? Is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
Does he not know?
If you're running like unless you're breaking the energy shield, your hit's not going to apply.
That's Mark. Wait, you're supposed to be this.
I don't think that's even true.
I thought that the thing with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does, says, but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, care, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works, that is not how that is meant to work.
Yeah.
I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy of it. Look. And then I was like, okay, but I'll confirm that after this. Look, if that is how that works, then just read it. Like,
bleed was actually supposed to be like an anti-mage mechanic, not a
what?
Like as in like you can bleed someone past their energy shield.
What?
So, that was kind of the idea there. So.
And I'm wrong.
Why did he
Quinn
say?
Throw me under the bus. because I asked that question from him. So.
Well,
bleeding is an ailment that just
we
the
could
damage over
easily be
time.
wrong. Like, it's amazing
it also
how
could be that it has been changed internally and
Bypasses
not yet
energy shield.
externally. That is another thing also. And like
Somebody
someone may have
damaged
fixed
Shelton
this
Life.
2 weeks ago and we never got it live or something. Who knows? Like I'll look into it. It's not meant to work that way.
If you bleed, CI dies. That's it.
All right, moving forward here.
If your bleed
we're
charm
on elements.
doesn't.
And now we are
Brain
into
perfect, activate,
ascendancy
it's over.
swapping is the next topic here. So these are kind of going back to conversations we've had previously in interviews where you guys were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that.
That's
hot take.
crazy. That's a
And
steaming
there are
take.
plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, "Is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe?" But that being said, I still prefer that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other. To be honest. Like, it wouldn't be that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure. But so, I don't know, it's like, I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final, but that being said, we have respecking of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from, like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly, and then we feel one way, and we discuss it with those people, and we kind of see where we land. But like, we're not going to ignore, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot.
Charm.
Just to overrule it, just because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure. That probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it. But I'm also, once again, like, other people on the team feel more strongly.
I mean, what I would be open to is, like, I understand you have to go online to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game
that's the question.
Things where when you're creating your character. I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players, where they're like, "Oh, what are all these? What are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?"
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point of the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So it kind of doesn't. I don't really think that really holds much water.
It's less for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. So I don't know the right solution there, honestly. But you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another 55 times this year. So
sure, we're just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time, so we just keep up with speed running some questions. And the first one here is: given the current TTK, the time to kill, of pinnacle bosses by many of the stronger builds in the game, I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended assign something else?
This should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of, like, extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So yeah, it's not right. And that's just, there's some builds that are outrageous, and we want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
Oh no.
Yeah.
When you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped for it, it shouldn't, like, it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Oh my god, that wave is thick.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about
reference.
1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat.
What?
Okay.
That's
a good time of reference we can use moving
We're
forward,
supposed to
knowing
fight
that's
him?
the kind of the goal
For
for
3 minutes?
the vision. Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant goal. Like, this is an awesome,
I don't
it's
even
supposed to
think
be
the
quite a
final
thing when you get the
ascendancies are
last
that-
2 points. Yeah.
that difficult.
I mean,
I don't think
as
so.
for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. It sort of depends on the definition. But we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
I don't think it's
So,
I don't think that's a
map
problem.
clear conditions. Talking about that for a moment.
Even the bird.
Clearing
I don't think the
rare
bird's an
mobs
issue.
Are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going
tornado
forward,
move is a
or is
skill
this sort
check.
of one
real,
of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
Oh, I hate that.
I
hope
suspect
they
as we get to
actually do
answering the
something
exact
like
same
that.
thing we talked about before with the more objective driven and learning
there
and
might be more stuff to do.
tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that.
Yes,
The
please.
ideal world is there'd be a whole, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, oh, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and
you don't want bad,
into those.
You don't want bad
yeah.
ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that in the end.
So
there's certainly more work. Sorry, go.
No, okay. So the Atlas tree currently is gated basically behind Pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the Pinnacle boss clear?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual Pinnacle,
It's
as for the
respawning
individual
all the
league
time.
trees,
How does it keep respawning?
I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
the Pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the Pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents. But yeah, I want to upgrade the core
fuck is
Atlas tree
this?
for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there. And part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that. And how you acquire the points, again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, I actually do like them being behind that. But ideally, each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away. Map tab when?
Yes, thank you.
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now. As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was
Thank
not
you.
a...
Thank you.
Yeah.
It'll be done soon.
We wanted it there
Done
for
soon.
release.
Perfect.
Be done soon.
It'll be done
Let's
soon.
go to tech
Okay.
questions,
That's good enough for me.
optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some minion questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something we
it's my
talked about in
bedtime,
the
man.
previous interview, I believe, with the Cicerin. It was predictive network mode and lockstep. What is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing right now with this?
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right now.
Oh, the predictive's just not. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
we
that.
only
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah,
lockstep
okay,
currently,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we just need to fix that, right? Yeah. Like, honestly, the people who would be working on that have not
Yeah,
even
you
come
just
back
gotta-
from break yet.
you
So
just gotta do it.
It's just not something that that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working. I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember
Right.
exactly what they were.
But yeah,
there
we
were,
need to get it
there were
sorted.
some things that didn't work
Yep.
in that
It's like
mode,
we
and we
disabled
had to
that 'cause it's just,
re-engineer
like,
them.
fucked, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, no time.
Yeah, but we'll get to it though.
Okay, couple just real quick optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent, we saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees,
Make my
for
blink.
instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game? And is there any plans
I don't
around
even
making
notice
this
that as a
little bit
problem.
It's just a matter of individual work on
Yeah.
each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out
Yeah,
until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure,
And it's
just-
annoying because
yeah.
you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
It's just a matter of individual
bunch
balance
of
things.
To be addressed.
There's still some areas.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards. Where like
No,
after sort
that's
of an
me.
hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash your
literally
desktop.
That just
And,
happened. That actually literally just happened.
It's been very, very difficult to track down, and we're adding
Only
more
at DX12.
debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then
I got you. I'm your guy.
It'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So like, I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So yeah, there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here.
Trolls, man.
And hopefully we
trolls.
can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need we need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately.
Got it.
And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a
Yeah,
very common
NVIDIA
question. People were
lol,
talking about
dude.
crashes
I have an
and
AMD
wanted to
CPU.
about it, so
NVIDIA
good answer
GPU,
there.
fuck you.
At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them, and then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go on, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty gritty. Let's talk about Hodor, minion body blocking in doorways. Let me just add the word "come on."
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like this is something that we need to work out a better
was his
solution for. Like
question.
what I can say is that
Come
okay, so
on.
people will immediately say, oh, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's like smarter somehow that like fixes that issue. One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting till the next refresh. So like that at
minions
least
die
maybe
if you
help a
get too
bit, but
far
I don't
away
know if
from
it's like the
them?
full solution by any means.
What?
But there's something we have to do around this, but I don't. I
that
honestly
real?
don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is. And at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out, which will help a little bit maybe. But yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about. With
For
the
sure,
build,
for
yeah.
sure.
For them rubber banding to you resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here.
Yeah.
However, in PoE 1, there's a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge, where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. PoE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us
Yikes.
convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
Just be like, yo, I'm gonna keep it real, man. We did
Are
not
there not
prioritize minions.
minion things
There
in
just
AI?
aren't that many of you.
We did do some of that.
There's gonna be a
Not
lot
that
of
I've
stuff
seen.
coming. We're gonna fix a lot of things.
This I can't remember
Console
exactly
comes
in
first,
AI.
Well, so no, I mean the damage
From
thing,
a
so-
damage perspective, not hugely, no. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions, supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And so
that is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the...
it was
what
meant to be
the
more
intention?
of active. What are you doing to keep them alive actively? and we haven't got that right. Like for sure, we haven't got that right. So like I guess
it's really
bone
hard
offering was
to-
meant to be one of those examples of like boss slams coming, and then but also then you got a multi-thread. You got about how do I survive and how do I do this at the same time. So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things I'm assuming that are just completely unavoidable, and
Physical
they just wipe
forms, are
out
you
your entire
serious?
minion thing, and
Right,
then it's like, well,
serious?
what was I even supposed to do? So. The problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. But there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do. Otherwise, well, I'd say the blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure. Like where they just like can't get through, and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first. And then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and you know all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then it kills the next one, it resets.
Yeah.
You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant use convocation could be a solution to that, which would also help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people have been spamming me about make them give this convocation, and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other question, to not waste too much time, and that is a very interesting question.
I think this
What
is
is
a new
the
body armor.
reasoning behind making the minions' movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff
+5 move
reduction on
speed.
yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change that.
Yeah, we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases, especially accuracy actually being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like raiding spirits. And sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damaged minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
that
you've
sounds
tracked,
like a bug to me.
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon as.
We'll just. I just need to look into what's
Our
going on.
developer responsible. Well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll get onto fixing them.
Yeah.
A
There was
handful of
quite
tooltip
a lot of
related
rushed, like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is. Given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, "This is a dead feature. Like, it may as well not exist." And then all of a sudden, there was at least something that I was like, "Okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did." So, there's just more to do, though, of course.
I got plenty more minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectres when.
So soon, fairly soon. The
Stop.
It took
You're
more
lying.
work than we
You
expected.
don't mean
Actually,
that.
like there was just a lot of there was a lot
Tell them
of
next
specific
patch.
shit we have
Tell them
to
next
do, but it won't be. It's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2, there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have to like take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a spectre come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like.
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud. And so if you've got it as a spectre, then like it makes it too annoying, and like just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a spectre that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes,
That is
yeah,
still,
that's true.
well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right?
Yeah.
So ideally, the audio team actually gets
That's
time
funny.
to do proper spectre mastering, so to speak, on all their audio for all the monsters. But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, I mean, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be an interesting.
Testing it with
Wait,
every
of each-
array of support
of each
gems.
minion, they've got to
And,
balance it.
Monsters can be set up kind of jank, where you're like,
Jesus.
that's like
That
a
is hell.
projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles, and so if you actually put multiple projectiles on it, it might not affect it in the way you think. And like from a damage perception of like I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh right, we had to make a spectre of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time.
We're
But yes, now you have to make
cowboys.
spectres of all of them, which is almost done.
what is
We've almost
this?
caught up to where we were, so I'd say soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fires. We'll fit whatever we can in within this 5 minutes, and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
That's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game
No.
for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game. In
No,
my
it's not.
opinion,
Stop.
personally. If
Stop.
you have
I
any
believe that's
feeling-
resolved, and 011
resolved.
does have changes to that one.
Okay,
Does
it's
it?
ridiculous.
I
Got
saw
it.
it on the
You're
list.
just
I saw it on the
getting
patch
gaps.
notes.
I'm sorry.
Alright.
You're
Yeah, I
getting
just
gaps.
can't remember which skills. Yeah,
It
sure.
was
there's
the
something.
tornado. Like it was more avoidable or
Yeah.
something. There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see
011.
after
He's
the
insane.
patch,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then we'll make more changes
Yeah,
if needed. Yeah.
Yeah, OP.
Yep.
Okay, so auction house. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many
Guys,
questions.
I
How are your guys'
remember.
feelings about an auction house or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything
I
related
killed
to that?
pre-nerf tornado bird.
I mean, I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this
Did
will come
you?
up again.
Sure. Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most
Yes,
common
God, it's so
in the
awful.
world.
Yeah, yeah.
It's my understanding.
Yeah.
Obviously,
you.
red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated ascendancy trial. So, for
Right.
any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for this stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff
the
specifically
fuck?
because I know he's red-green colorblind and just make
They
sure
just
that
have
they're
one-
actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than
Yeah,
having
we'll
modes
get
for
our
it to,
colorblind
like,
guy
have
to
to
People,
just make
people,
sure.
I don't know,
people
play the
with
game
that color blindness highlighting the area. So Ultimatum, as you
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
being
yeah.
bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Yeah.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in PoE1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them?
Yeah.
So you can't
So the
visually tell
intention
the
is that
difference.
you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that are give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the, like when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it, like just
And
what
honestly,
the heck is this glowing beacon
like,
of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. Like it's just everyone just relies on it. Like, oh, we need to make this more
glow?
visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. Like it's just this freaking it's a cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just
Oh
a
my God,
random
he's
side
talking.
rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and frickin' everything.
Fair enough.
Freaking
Last question related
boys.
to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people
Yeah,
spamming
yeah.
lots of shit around.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
No
Like
skill transparency.
There'll be some engine-based things we can
Yeah,
do.
there
for
will
sure.
be. There's probably more we can do, and just like that. But in my opinion, it should be automatic, and like you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. Yeah, like I'm not a fan of just like, oh, turn off all the effects. Like I'm just, it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get like the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, oh, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with the hammer.
What? It's just themes.
Just smash the glass.
I mean,
We're
I think
trolled.
that's why it is, but like, I have nothing
trolled.
against adding it.
Yeah. You
Themes,
can probably
bro.
change that, right? Like
I
just
think it
don't-
was more like, let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add
It's
it.
fine,
I
yeah.
have no problem
Yeah.
with adding it.
Yeah.
Sick.
Okay.
Dude, I'm
Check
getting
probably nerfed the
bobbles.
drop rate of
Hell yeah,
flask
bro.
slightly. High levels. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks. Random side note. But
Yo, by the
We
way,
almost got all of them.
let's
Checkpoints and
reduce
maps
flash
in order
drops.
to backtrack in maps. How you feel about that?
hilarious.
So not for resurrecting
yeah,
purposes,
just for change,
fast
just for
travel
fast travel.
purposes.
It's not a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those. I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many like objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do
but they
those
kind of-
linear maps
yeah,
and you
yeah.
missed a rare monster,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
want to
yeah. No, you're right.
go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, so yeah, we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need
Just
to
want
do.
to be like a married
perfectly.
couple.
Sure.
Yeah.
On the table, however. Okay. Being able to see gems without cutting. Currently, like you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
I mean, I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go?
This is it.
I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Yeah.
Maybe on the G
Yeah.
button, top, click at all skills. opens
Yeah,
up the menu.
maybe. Yeah,
Something?
maybe.
Alright.
Maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have like a gambler in the hideout.
Locked
For instance, like
accounts?
Alba
The
normally does
reason
this.
for that, what was there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off. But I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on. There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just like disable. It's like 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left,
fix
and
it.
we got through all of them. Okay, so
Yeah.
Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the rewards. So, for instance, you can reselect like the Titan Dome with the Life Flask or the Charm Duration. You can't select from like Chaos to Attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I
that
want
as
to
a-
add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change the sentences? And the answer is, I don't know. That's just how I feel.
Because
But
I
I
say so.
I might feel differently
dude.
later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay, movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit, or I mean, basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down. So, how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have
good
any feelings on
question,
movement
good
speed on
question.
boots?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like, boots is certainly the case where that's like the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So, you know, like, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel differently.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like having it that like, yeah. I think it's good.
I mean,
physical on
like
a weapon.
if you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into
No,
funny
stop.
territory
We're
in
just
some
saying
sense,
move
right?
speed
We're
on
like,
boots. Stop that.
you know, so anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Last
We're not
two,
asking for fizz.
UI customization options. Is that potential?
I mean,
Just move speed.
you'd have to be more specific.
I think people just want
In
to be
general, no. Like,
Yeah.
if you're looking at like, you know,
Like we're not going to be World of Warcraft like
Yeah.
like UI mod type there, but yeah, like if there's something specific, then you're like, I wish we could do this. Then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of
Sure.
what
More
it
of a
is.
generic
Yeah.
question I was getting. Okay,
Yeah,
last
yeah, yeah.
one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking your you know, with co-op here.
I think it's
there's something not right about it.
there's
but
something not right about it. I agree, but I do think you do
Just
need
so
it
ain't right, man.
to make things feel more physical. But there is something not right about it. But there shouldn't be,
just-
considering that players are actually. No, because you know what it is? It's because we changed really, really close to the end of development the size of the player instead of changing the size of all the monsters. And I think that probably results in like a situation. But yeah, but there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines. So yeah, it wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
And you'll forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself. In terms of microtransactions coming from PoE 1 to PoE 2,
there we go.
do we have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when we're going to be seeing more of our previous purchases?
Well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can done in the near future. I honestly this is so the rigging team are busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, hey, how's that job going that I see you going on to?
It's probably turned into more work than we initially anticipated for sure. There's a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last several month or 3-4 month kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions especially in those kind of moments. And so now it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just a copy paste job and it's done. Some things have to be kind of re-authored to actually work in one over the other. Mostly due to lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Yeah, so I don't have an immediate cadence for you, but we should start getting them coming out, rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think that pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, but unless you want to talk about,
bit of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah, so I that's it. Guys, you want to wrap it up?
Wow.
All right, excellent.
Let's just say thank you for coming.
One,
and, it always happens. We say 1.5 hour. It always goes above it.
All right, boys. Well, that's good to know. I would have... it depends what the patch notes will be. I hope they release them tomorrow. I would have liked more balance change in between big leagues. I understand why they wouldn't want to balance too much. People are kind of having fun. But it sounded like things that are crazy unintended things, right? All of the whatever stuff, maybe some of this goes down, just not tri-attribute and Archmage. Yeah, I get Archmage, that it's a bigger problem to just make it do less damage, make it a worse support, right? It's kind of well, we need to rebalance the entire archetype, so whatever, make that for a big patch. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's nice. We're getting some towers. We're getting buffs to random mechanics, more essences, more boxes, more things. I don't know. That's cute. I'm glad we have a patch that isn't just a few bug fixes. Stuff I'm actually going to feel. One thing I am disappointed, I still have to run Augury. That's it. I still have to run Augury. I think that's the most disappointing thing about the patch notes. Anyways, I was supposed to be done at 4. It's 5. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think we're just gonna wrap up Monk, really. I'm gonna do some more Breach, whatever stones I'm left. We'll run if I get Hoa sick. I'll try to add it to the build, and then I'm just gonna spam some Citadels, and that's, we'll get some Arbiter, King. Probably just gonna skip Allroth. I don't know if we find him with logbooks. I really don't care too much one way or the other. But yeah, I'm probably going to go to the next build and think about doing SSF, another reset. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe, it depends when that patch hits. Because it would be nice to do that alongside the new patch. I think that would be really cool. But yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll see you guys later, though. Peace, boys. Hope you enjoyed. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye.